Two. Yep.
1 2 2 2 2. 1 2. Mic test 1 2.
Hey, the traffic here is horrible.
Two. 1 2.
Yeah, it might work. You know, it's this. Those are my China. On your pulse, ne? Perfect. Right, and then it'll just come on. Or is it on now? Okay, let's switch it off. I don't want people to hear.
Love means so many different things, but you're all that matters. This is all I'll ever ask of you. Tell me your dreams so they can be mine too. Let me be there to help them come true. Tell me your feelings when you feel afraid. Come to my arms, let me rock them away. That's all I'll ever ask. That's all I'll ever ask. That's all I'll ever ask of you.
Sharp.
Come to my shoulder when you need to weep me when you cannot speak. Talk to me when you want to be heard. Be silent with me when you can't say a word.
Yeah, no. We need to collaborate. There's another project.
1 2. Mic test 1 2.
There's another project that I'm working on where it's also extending from PhD, but now I wanted to focus on teachers.
Good morning.
You're like a YouTube celebrity.
Maybe you are.
That it? Yeah.
I'm always here, so just come to me for anything at all. Call me, it's yours to call. Feel my faith in you when you can't find your own. And always remember, you're never alone. It's all I.
1. Testing. 1 2 3.
two, 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 two. 1, 2. 1, 1, 2.
Okay. What must I do? Okay. I'll say something.
So you can speak as
Oh,
as
I shouldn't be like, hello. Can you hear me now? I can hear myself. Should I still keep speaking?
you can.
All right.
You may. How's the morning going?
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah.
Are you finding from Sentinel?
No, well, I live in Cape Town,
Oh, nice.
but I'm here. I'm home. Home is Sosh in Pretoria.
Social. Oh, that's nice.
I'm just here for.
How's the traffic?
Can you turn it off in case I say something that everybody can hear me? Hi. Thank you.
Mic test 1, 2. 1, 2. Mic test 1, 2. 1, 2. Mic test 1, 2.
Right.
You can say something.
Hello.
Not directly to the mic.
Who?
Presenting.
Hello. Hello. Reading. So let's say read. Hello. Okay. Okay. Practice. Thanks, guys. Sabero.
So, what do you want? I'm here, baby. I'm ready, baby. I'm waiting on you. Believe me, I am patiently waiting on you. Yeah, there's something wrong with me. Every time I'm alone with you, you keep talking about you loving me. Hey, babe, your foreplay just blows my mind. So why don't we stop all the talking, girl? Why don't we stop wasting time? I've had my share of lovers. Some say I'm damn good. And if you think you can turn me out, baby, I wish that you would. 'Cause you keep telling me this and telling me that. You say once I'm with you, I'll never go back. You say there's a lesson that you wanna teach. Well, here I am, baby, practicing what you Well, here I am, baby, practice what you preach. Yeah, it's just you and me.
No. We
So
do
many
online.
things I can do to you.
We do online.
So many
Yeah.
ways
So we
I
do
can
online.
please.
And since COVID, since COVID, things have just been.
It's your
No, they were not doing it. They were not doing it.
Why
So
don't
that
you stop
Lulaway has
turning
arrived
down
after
the
COVID.
light
Yeah.
and show me
So now
just
it's
what you can
and
do?
even
Hey, baby,
after
I've
COVID,
had
it was just a
my
once off.
share of
So
love,
now
but
management is
some
saying
of them
it's a
were
weekly fee.
damn
So you need to
good.
move it.
But if you think you can
Yeah.
turn me out, girl, I
So that's what we are doing.
you would. 'Cause you keep, you just keep telling me this and telling me that. You say what's up with you, I'll never go back. Say there's a lesson you wanna teach. Here I am,
Oh yeah.
baby, practice what you preach. Is it
No, we're having the same issue with online.
really?
Oh no, yeah. With online as well, it's always enable for what you're doing now is do attendance online. Yeah. So and then be busy with your own thing. So that's the issue that we're facing.
Here I am, practice on
Yeah, I think
Mic test 1, 2. Mic test 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Mic test. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2. Mic test 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Mic test 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Getting it. 1, 2. Mic test 1, 2. 1, 2. Mic test 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah, that's better.
yeah, because for now, because next time our speaker is So, yeah, no, 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 they are. So that's a great
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I hope you're all well. This is just a short announcement that we are running a few minutes late. We're just waiting for a couple of more people to join us, and we beg your patience. Give us about 10 to 15 minutes. In the meantime, enjoy the chatters. It's really nice to see you all connecting in the possibility of tomorrow. So yeah, we'll start shortly. Thank you. Okay, so the
everything. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh, no, 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 no. Because I also didn't start it when I was coming from. I'm coming from Centurion. So, yes, I have that side. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay. Because I'm also coming from that side, but AME is. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because I'm from the area, yeah, Stone Ridge, Bonaboni, it's not far um, from the barricade, from your Oliver, that side.
Please be careful, baby. How you talk. It's broken easily. And if it's broken, then never love again. And if it gets so sad, sweet darling, live without my friend. Can you feel my love? Hey, it's going through, baby. So romantic, crying through. Well, each and every heart wants to feel real love. I want you to know that my love is here for you. See, let me in your heart. You're the only one I want in my life, in my life, in my life, in my life tonight. Oh, baby, oh, baby, hey, baby, in my life, baby. Can we be loved?
Yeah, yeah. All right, so,
I'm asking you,
that's the way to go.
I'm
That's the way
asking
to
you,
go.
I'm asking you, baby. Can we be loved?
That's the way to go.
Well,
Wait, just,
can
oh,
we
okay.
be loved?
Oh, okay. Okay, because there's no promise when you call me.
I love you so much.
That's interesting.
I want you so much. See, you're the only one I need. Believe what I say, baby.
Oh, okay, okay.
I need to know. I need to know. Can we be loved, baby? All I ever want is you.
Yes, okay. You
All
unlike
I
you
ever
unlike us. You are from Ghana. I'm Ghana. I have slight, but I don't understand. Yeah, so I just want.
said I want you so
I think
much.
it's better that way. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, 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 it's fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna carry my laptop and then. Oh yeah, no, there's a thing in there. So I'm gonna yeah. When presenting, when presenting. Oh, okay.
With Mr. I did work with Mr. Mr. But his colleague.
You are one. You are one. I just wanted to meet. You know, sometimes the clients, when they meet
Right.
the chef, they feel.
Right,
Lisa,
right.
please
Hi.
meet my.
Hi. Hello.
They get the feel what's up.
My own. I'm using my own hotspot, so just take it at time. Okay. And also, I think if it wasn't for the report, let me try this.
Marvin, he was a friend of mine, and he could sing a song. His heart in every line. Marvin sang of the joy and pain. He opened up our minds, and I still can hear him say, "Oh, talk to me, so you can see what's going on. Say you will sing your song forevermore, evermore. Gonna be some sweet sounds coming down the night shift. I bet you're singing proud. Oh, I bet you're full of pride. Gonna be a long night. It's gonna be alright on the night shift.
Sorry. Tukienze ngokule. Tukienze kaChatGPT yo.
Jackie, hear what you're doing now. It seems like yesterday when we were working out. Jackie, oh, you set the world on fire. You came and gifted us. Your love, it lifted us higher and higher. Keep it up, and we'll be there at your side. Oh, say you will sing your song forevermore, evermore. Gonna be some sweet sounds coming down the night shift. I bet you see
I was thinking, yeah, but it's fine. Oh, okay. No, it's okay. Okay. No, that's fine. Huh? Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that we all take our seats. We are about to start our program, calling our esteemed guests, even outside, to please come inside meeting room 2. We're about to start our LulaTalks program shortly. Thank you.
No, they do. They do. Yeah. Festival Bayan. Festival Bayan. Yes. Routine. Yeah, no. Especially from that side, you now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that time. Good, I'm not I'm a police officer, but I don't do anything. Just try it. It's not, yeah. Yeah, so if it's not the explanation, that is the possible either L1 or not working. To try the other one. I think it's the guest one. He gave me a code from your phone. From your phone. Let me show you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it turns out that we are not doing presentations per se. Yeah.
Can we go? Yeah.
Hi, how are you? Good, Percival. Yes.
All right. Let the conversation begin. Good morning. How are you all doing? You look so lovely. Thank you so much for showing up. My name is Sibongile Gangxa. I'm your program director for this morning. Before we even get any further, I know there's been a lot of chats, but in the spirit of our discussion today, I'm quite curious about what people's first jobs were. What was your first job? Please introduce yourself and tell me what your first job was.
Morning, everyone. My name is Percival Bayan, Dr. Percival Bayan. My first job was being a tutor at the university.
At the university. And what did that do for you? How much were you earning? How did it change the game?
Well, it did change the game because after all, I managed to move from being a tutor to a full-time academic at UNISA. And yeah, my salary was less than 10,000.
That's a lot in this economy. That's a lot. So you're not very inviting, but I'm going to be daring and ask you because you're wearing a nice suit. So I want to know where it all started.
Yeah, today I want to look like a politician, wear a suit and a tie. So first job, Standard Bank as a teller. In fact, inquiries. Remember inquiries? Yes, and became a teller. So that was many months ago. Yeah, so earning 3.5 grand a month.
3.5 grand a month.
It was a lot of money then.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
I'm sure it changed your life, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Bought a stereo.
Oh.
First salary. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. One last one. But this is a moment of reflection to remember where it all started, right? Yeah.
So mine is interesting because I started off as a receptionist in a doctor's practice and I was earning 600 Rand a month. So yeah, I think it's been a massive jump from a receptionist to a CEO.
I mean, a round of applause to growth and progress. I hope you clap for yourselves as well for how far you've come. I started off as a teller as well at a small little shop in East London where I grew up. It was called Eric's Corner in Nahoon. I was 16 years old and I used to leave school, go home, change, work about 3. So I know everything about stock taking and the till and customer service. And I think that's where I learned how to speak to people and connect people and value, I suppose, the customer experience. So we all started somewhere and it's due to someone who gave us a chance and somebody who created a pathway. And that check does something to us, no matter how small it is. It could restore your dignity. It can show you what is possible. It just allows you and gives you permission to dream. And I think in the old spirit and tradition of an African people, we meet, we convene around fires to discuss, to dialogue, and to dream of new realities and futures. And I thank LulaTalks for allowing us to do that this morning. There are many young people in this country today who didn't have the privilege to wake up and wear suits and beautiful dresses and come and have warm breakfasts at beautiful hotels, who are contemplating their lives. Someone who was born in 1994 is 32 years old this year. Some of them don't have tax numbers. They don't have a means to even think about starting a family or dreaming. They've asked Umama, who is close to retirement, who can't afford to retire, to not forget to leave money for bread. That is the truth. So ours here, my hope is that we will convene in the spirit of that, to remember where we started and what it does when you create a pathway for the next person, that you're free not only themselves, but many whose lives are connected to them and the future connected to them. With that, welcome to LulaTalks 2026. All protocol observed. I greet you all, esteemed guests, panelists, keynote speakers, various department representatives, and the partners of this wonderful occasion. We are in meeting room 2, and just some housekeeping rules. So the Wi-Fi network to connect, you connect to Catalyst Conference, and then the password is catconf231, CAT, so the C is capitals, small case AT, uppercase C, and then ONF in small caps 231. Let me just read, because we do want to also engage and create some online conversations, because this is a continuing conversation. So you can find us at Lulaway on Facebook. You can find us on Instagram at Lulaway_ZA. On LinkedIn, it is Lulaway. Again, the hashtag is LulaTalks 2026, hashtag future skills, hashtag youth employment. Without wasting any more time, I'd like to welcome our first guest to give us a welcome address, Mr. Andile Mkhosana, the chairman of Lulaway Holdings. Please give him a round of applause.
And as she said, I must all protocol observed. It's a big statement there. So I'd like to welcome the leadership of Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, led by the Chief Director for Skills, Ms. Jocelyn Voss. So, wait, who's that? Okay. And representatives from the Gauteng provincial government, including the spokesperson for the Premier, Mr. Elijah Mkhosana. Is he here? Okay. So the table says I must read it like this. Leadership of the Department of COCTA, Gauteng Department of Social Development, led by Deputy Director General, Mr. Pule Sekawana. Leadership of the seat of Kuruleni, leadership from FPNM SITA. Let me say that we put a tender out there, so please look out for us. Led by CEO Dr. Feleng Yande, as well as other SITA leaders present. Leadership from institutions of higher education, including universities and TVET colleges. The Automotive Industry Transformation Fund, must be Letabo's husband. Our event partner, the Business Women's Association. Our keynote speaker, Ms. Neo Udibe. Our Masters of Ceremonies, Ms. Sibongile Gangxa. And our esteemed panelists, CEO of Lulaway Holdings, Jake. Jake's traveled 8,000 kilometers to get here today. It's a long way. So thanks very much and good morning. So I'm going to get to my speech that was written by Sabelo. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Really good to see such a strong mix in the room from government, industry, academia, and the broader ecosystem. That in itself says something important about the moment we're in and the conversation we have to have. On behalf of Lulaway, thank you for being here for the first LulaTalks. Hopefully it's not going to be the last one. So I spoke to Londi earlier and she said that we should probably try to have. So I want to start a bit differently. So Lulaway didn't start as a big idea in a boardroom. I mean, it started as a very practical response to a very real problem. How do we help young people actually get into work? So over the years, that journey has taken us across the country, and I mean that quite literally. There were trips to Limpopo in an old car, so Jake had a gray Mercedes. And tell you that car, I'm sure he bought it in 1978. So every time we drove in the car, I thought that we were going to have a breakdown. So that was a long time ago. That's probably, so I've been in Lulaway now for like 13 years. So what we found again and again was that the challenge wasn't about job, it's about access. It's about systems, not speaking to each other. It's about potential, but translating into opportunity. When I first came into Lulaway, I was coming from a very different environment. So my background has always been financial services. So I was a stockbroker in the mid-90s, went to corporate finance, went to investment banking, went into private equity. So I didn't tell all those people that wrote the speech for me today. So Lulaway was different. It was closer to the ground. It was messier, more complex, but also far more real. What became clear to me very quickly is that if we're serious about economic growth, inclusion, long-term stability, then the question of who gets to participate in the economy is not a social problem, it's a fundamental economic one. That's what led to the decision to invest, not just financially, but in building something that we could operate at scale. So over time, that work has grown from those days. I think when I when I when I joined Lulaway, I think there were probably about 8 of us in the whole office. You have 4 directors, no 4 other employees. So now I think, so Michael will tell you more, my CFO, I think we've got 62 staff. That's maybe, I think, 12 years later. So a lot of hard work, obviously. So over time, the work has grown from those early days to building out a national footprint, from working with partners across sectors to settling in Wynberg, and eventually being in a position to acquire on. So we bought the building. It's a 4-story building that was just after COVID. We got a bond, still paying for it. So, but I think it's been years of grinding, years of learning, years of figuring out what works and what doesn't. And through all of that, one thing has remains consistent. The gap between skills, opportunity, and actual employment outcomes is still too wide. So what brings us today to today? So Lulaway is not just an event. It's a recognition that while a lot of work has been done across the country, too much of it is still, but they're not always aligned. And until they are, we'll all continue to see the same outcomes. So the intention about LulaTalks is simple: to bring the right people into the room, to have an honest, grounded conversation, and to move beyond just identifying problems towards better coordination, better alignment, and ultimately better outcomes. So Jake hates these sort of things. Errol does. Errol and I used to go to Cape Town, sit there in Kailicha, and talk to people and liberals from the DA for hours and hours. And I was like, what are we doing here? So Jake hated that. So I think today will be different because the conversations are much more intense. You can't have employment without economic growth. I mean, I'm an economist, so I understand that to some extent. So I think that if we are able to achieve what we did in 2008, I think we had like 4 to 5% growth in GDP. That's what we had. So we don't have that. Just been downgraded by the IMF from 1.4 to 1. So we just, 1 step forward, 4 steps back. We're very deliberate about the people we've invited today, just because of their titles, but because of their perspectives they bring from policy, from implementation, from industry, and from research. The space for engagement, not just listening, but thinking together. I want to thank all our speakers and panelists for their time and willingness to contribute to the conversation. I want to thank our partners, including the Business Women's Association of South Africa, for supporting this platform. And most importantly, I'd like to thank all of you for showing up. Because these kind of conversations only matter if the right people are in the room. This is the first LulaTalks. It won't be the last. And hopefully over time, it becomes a space where we not only talk, but where ideas turn into action. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mkhosana. That was Beautiful way to set the tone. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to proceed to our keynote address. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Neo Modibe. Ms. Neo Modibe is a seasoned professional with extensive experience in leadership roles across multiple industries. She currently serves as General Manager of Employee Relations at Transnet, a position she's held since November 2021, and as an independent non-executive director at Mahle South Africa since August 2024. Her career has spanned both the employer and worker perspectives of South Africa's labor market. She served as director and managing director at RB Africa and as strategic support to the general secretary at the National Union of Metal Workers of South Africa, NUMSA, giving her rare fluency across institutional employment, labor relations, and worker advocacy. Neo is pursuing a master's in philosophy in future studies and a postgraduate diploma in future studies from Stellenbosch Business School. She also has a BCom honors in economics from the University of Witwatersrand. And really just her academic grounding in future studies distinguishes her as a thinker who can connect present labor market realities to the structural changes shaping work over the coming decade. And here she will be delivering our keynote address that sets a framework and a roadmap for us and our panels this morning. So please do help me welcome this firebrand to...
Has rightly invested billions in education, training, and skill systems. And yet the system is not delivering motion at the scale or the speed that our country needs. We have no shortage of strategies, employment, inequality, and exclusion. Yet our outcomes remain stubbornly unchanged. And the reason for this is not a lack of effort, but it is a result of fragmentation. It's patently clear that our binding constraint is not intent, but rather alignment. The challenge we face is not whether we know what to do. It's whether our institutions' incentives and regulatory logic still fit the way that work actually happens in 2026. The purpose of my remarks this morning, as Sibongile has mentioned, is to offer a framework, a foundation that will hopefully connect the skills pipeline, the regulatory environment, and the realities of a technology-shaped economy, in the hope that today's panels can build forward and that we can build forward rather than speak past each other. In the past week, the Human Resource Development Council held its 5th summit under the theme Living and Working in a Changing World, where they launched their reconceptualized HRD strategy for 2025 to 2035 and the Master Skills Plan for South Africa for 2025 to 2030. Both of these publications are explicit about the following point. South Africa's skill and employment challenge is systemic. It's not sectional. It's not due to underperformance of one actor. The Master Skills Plan makes it clear that responsibilities are dispersed across many government departments. The skills ecosystem spans formal, non-formal, and workplace learning, and weak coordination has diluted the impact over time. What this tells us is that there is no single lever that can fix this. It's not employers alone, not government alone, not SETAs, TVETs, or universities alone. This matters because public debate often oscillates between blaming employers for not absorbing labor, blaming education institutions for not producing work-ready graduates. But the truth is neither one of these positions is sufficient. We're facing a misaligned system in which the skills supply doesn't reliably track labor demand. Policy intent is strong, but implementation authority is diffused, and accountability is often vertical rather than shared. Until we address this misalignment, we will continue to recycle the same debates with diminishing returns. Another important correction that the Master Skills Plan makes is it corrects the temptation to locate skills failure at the point of employment entry. It reminds us that challenges in employability are rooted far earlier in the pipeline. They're rooted in early learning outcomes, in foundational literacy and numeracy, in curriculum relevance, career guidance, and the availability of pathways after schooling. By the time young people encounter the labor market, the system has already made or foreclosed many choices on their behalf. This is why the HRD strategy and the Master Skills Plan place such emphasis on early childhood development, differentiated post-school pathways, demand-led short courses, and structured interventions. So when we see it this way, the skills gap doesn't primarily become about individual deficits. It becomes about how consistently the system translates learning into opportunity. The second panel today will explore this terrain in depth, but the frame matters. Pathways fail when transitions are poorly governed, poorly resourced, or poorly coordinated. This brings me to the intersection that connects both panels. Technology already reorganized how work is performed, how productivity is measured, how labor is supervised, and how value is captured. Digital platforms, AI-enabled systems, and remote work models are no longer emerging trends. They are operating realities. What has struggled to keep pace is not just labor law, but the policy architecture surrounding skills certification, workplace learning, employment status, and worker protection in non-standard arrangements. Fragmentation, overregulation, and institutional sprawl can impede skills delivery rather than enable it. This doesn't mean that we argue for deregulation. It means that we argue for regulatory relevance. If policy assumes that careers are linear, that workplaces are fixed, and that occupational identities are static, while at the same time, technology enables the opposite. It enables task-based work, fluid skills sets, and hybrid employment relationships. Then the consequence of that is that the protection gaps and governance failures that will follow are inevitable. The first panel will engage these questions directly, but the key insight is this: regulation must evolve with technology, or inequality will evolve without it. Going back to the Master Skills Plan, and I refer to it quite a lot because I think it is the latest reiteration of a focused collaboration, government, the education system, organized labor, business, and community. So that is why I keep on referring to it. It really is the framework that has been set for the next 5 years. And what's interesting about it is that it doesn't ask for another layer of programs. We have enough. It calls for coherence, again, across national, provincial, sectoral, and workplace planning. It calls for demand-led skills investment, anchored in occupations in high demand. And it calls for shared accountability with clearly defined institutional roles, as well as better governance, particularly in public institutions and coordination bodies. Crucially, the plan describes itself as a kite marker, a guiding instrument, not a command and control mechanism. What this means is that success depends less on compliance and more on alignment, coordination, and trust between social partners. This is where governance and not goodwill becomes decisive. So I'd like to close with 3 propositions that I hope will be carried forward in today's panels. The first one is that the skills challenge cannot be solved at the point of hiring. It must be addressed across the full development pipeline, from early learning to lifelong reskilling. The second proposition is that technology will continue to reshape work, whether policy keeps up or not. The real question is whether regulation evolves with intention or if it evolves by default. The last proposition is that all initiatives, either by the private sector or the public sector, will succeed or fail, not on the strength of their analysis, but on whether we are willing to align institutions, incentives, and authority behind them. My hope is that today's panels and the discussions that will emanate will give us all an opportunity to move beyond our siloed perspectives and into system-level conversation. That ultimately is the work before us. Once again, thank you very much to Lulaway for inviting me, and I hope that this has set the basis for lots of exciting conversation to follow. Thanks.
Where those gaps are, and I suppose where the intersections are, for shared success. So, moderated, I want to start with our moderator. Welcome our moderator, Ms. Onyinye Nwaneri. So sorry. No, we've got to say names right. Okay, give me another chance. Ms. Onyinye Nwaneri. Is that okay? Awesome. She's the Managing Director of Sesame Workshop International, South Africa. We welcome you, ma'am. Thank you so much. She will be leading us into this discussion. Our panelists, let me start with Dr. Kwezi Mabasa, researcher and ministerial advisor, spanning across the Wits Center for Research and Education, researching education and labor, a ministerial advisor of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. Welcome, Dr. Mabasa, to stage. Why do you seem awkward when I say doctor? Don't imposter. You've earned it. You've earned it. A round of applause to Dr. Mabasa. Please also help me welcome Demusho Sekubelo from Take a Lot Group, South Africa. Here, this is South Africa's largest e-commerce platform and one of the country's most significant employers in the digital economy. So Demusho is bringing here the private sector and digital economy perspective on this panel. Welcome, Demusho. Then we have Dr. Percival Bayane. People are educated here. Who's that professor who said, Dulala Ranjanu, you're not PhD? Pressure. Dr. Percival Bayane, welcome, lecturer of sociology of work at the University of South Africa. His PhD in sociology deep dives into the precarious working conditions of Uber drivers in Joburg and their navigation of work-life balance. Welcome, Dr. Bayane. And lastly, we have Ms. Jocelyn Fuss, the Chief Director for Skills for the Economy at the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. Ms. Fuss is an economic development policy specialist with 15 years of senior management experience in government and more than 15 years of applied research expertise in labor market inequalities, skills and industrial policy. Very strong panel. Thank you so much LulaTalks. We are so excited to really immerse ourselves in your insights. Take it away.
Yes. Yes. No?
I think the people in front. Oh, yes,
there
it's
you go.
working now. First of all, I want to say a very big thank you to the keynote speaker. I thought that was an amazing speech. Can we give her another round of applause? Our keynote speaker spoke about multiple things and left us with very serious contestations in our mind around one, the throughput of education not being singular, education being something that we have to look at from early childhood development all the way to reskilling and continuous lifelong learning. And then she also spoke about the fact that with the challenge we have is related to regulation relevance rather than the regulations itself. She also spoke about the fact that the different incentives and programs we have as a country, as a sector, suffices. However, the challenge that we have as an organizations in the room, as a country, and as a continent is around alignment, is around coordination. It's around ensuring that we speak in with one voice and we have systems that enable us to shift the challenges around youth unemployment, the challenges around entrepreneurship, and the challenges around enabling economic growth that is inclusive in all its ramifications. So today, this panel is here to speak about the regulatory gaps or policy shifts or gaps that we have within a context. And that context is the digital economy. We have an evolving digital economy that has created multiple jobs, self-entrepreneurs, but at the same time, we're sitting in a critical junction where we're not sure, or perhaps we're questioning whether the regulations that we have has supported or supports the innovations we have seen in the digital economy. And so I have an esteemed panelist here who has already been from academia, from industry, from the skills sector, who would be weighing into this topic. So I'd love to start with Jocelyn. Jocelyn, perhaps you want to, I'm going to give all of our panelists opportunity to give a 4-minute insight around the topic, and then I'll ask them a number of questions, and then following that, I'll open up for the public. So I'll start with Jocelyn. Jocelyn, do you think, what are your thoughts around the current policy framework, the current regulatory environment? Do you think it supports the digital economy and the advancements we've seen, especially when it comes to e-hailing, your Ubers, your algorithm-related organizations or companies that have emerged?
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. By the way, I just wanted to say that my very first job was a Checkers cashier. So I worked for Checkers. Yeah, and I was convinced never go into wholesale and retail. So I may be in the wrong company today because a lot of you are in the services sector. So I think I just want to make that point about when one looks at economic transformation in South Africa, we are a highly service-orientated economy. At the moment, I think it's something, the distribution between services and the production sectors are about 70-30%. Now, that is the economic trajectory of an advanced, mature economy like the USA. I mean, colleagues will be aware that the tariff war by the Trump administration was about the fact that their productive sectors are no longer working. The workers who used to be in manufacturing cannot adapt to the kinds of skills that are required in especially higher value-added services sectors. And so the social and economic benefits that manufacturing traditionally gives to populations and societies have not necessarily done so in services completely. And I'm not talking all parts of services. I mean, financial services are highly rewarding, highly skilled, but then we have the other sector. So when one looks at digital transformation, how will digital transformation fast track the process to industrial development? Because that is where South Africa is lagging. If one looks at the manufacturing sector, which is a large proportion of the production sector, and when I talk production sector, I'm talking about mining, agriculture, electricity, all administered goods, public goods like electricity, water, parts of transport, logistics, and so forth, as well as the manufacturing sector. In 1981, the manufacturing sector contributed about 25% of GDP. By 2019, we were standing at about 12%. I am from DTIC, but I don't actually know what's the existing one, but I can tell you it's probably around 10 to 12%. That is a problem, that you have a highly advanced sectors of the services sector, yet you are not producing. You are not producing. So what are the services geared to? And so when you look at digital transformation, how does digitalization add our ability to develop our production capabilities? Because as South Africa, because of apartheid, most of us missed out on the social and economic benefits of production, of the production sector of the economy. Yeah? And so we have been deindustrializing for the last 32 years. In the sense, as I say, the production sector has been becoming smaller contribution to the GDP. And that's partly why we have high levels of unemployment, high levels of income inequality, because the kind of returns to investment in manufacturing have been declining. We have low levels of capital or low levels of fixed investment in capital equipment, greenfields, project, etc., etc. So for me, that is the most fundamental issue that one looks at. So when you look, therefore, moderator, when I'm answering your question, it's really within that context that I think we need to look at. I cannot really look at the specifics of digital platforms and so forth, but if I may go on, there is an assumption that digitalization is widespread and universal throughout the economy. I would accept that in the financial services, yes, it is, because one of the most advanced banking sector for a developing economy at the tip of Africa. No? That shows you partly why there's such unevenness within the economy. But in manufacturing, what is the current adoption of emerging and advanced production technologies, especially digital production technologies? I mean, the Internet of Things, which is the industrial internet, is one of the most basic digital technologies. Close to 70% of manufacturing companies are doing that. But that doesn't mean that they are necessarily combining the industrial processes through digitalization, through software. No, they may be using it for materials handling and logistics. About 30% of companies do that. But in terms of robotics, 6%. 6% of manufacturers use robotics. Additive manufacturing like 3D technology, etc., etc. So therefore, in the production sector, there's extremely uneven diffusion of advanced and emerging digital production technologies. Part of the reason why is that in order to your upgrading trajectory for companies depends on what your existing production processes are, whether you have the people who are skilled, whether you have the engineering capacity to redesign your production processes. And we don't have that kind of background. So therefore, we are going to be very uneven in terms of the effects of digitalization in the production sectors. And that is where I come into my last point, Chair. So if one looks at what would be the objectives then of regulatory framework? Unlike in 1994, where we legislated for affirmative action, addressing inequality, etc., etc., it is now about economic transformation that we legislate for to create that kind of social cohesion. On the one hand, I think it's about building productive enterprises that allows us to localize production. Because there's a lot of import intensity. How does digital transformation assist with that? With localization. The second thing is South Africa's economy, doesn't matter which sector you talk about, is highly concentrated. No? So the larger companies are crowding in entry of smaller companies to come in. We have an opportunity to look at that. At the moment, we use like a retrogressive approach. We don't legislate for it, but we take them to the Competition Commission. But by that time, the horse is bolted already. No? The interests have already been protected. You are basically just saying at the margins, how much of this can I get? And I think the third, so there's both about enterprise transformation, opening up market concentration so that more Black people can actually get into the economy, because we still have a lot of exclusion, economic exclusion. When you talk about entrepreneurship, we need to look at those big things as well. You cannot be training people for entrepreneurship and then, they've got the skills and they end up, because they can't afford certain technologies, they can't get in. I think the last thing is the issue of decent work. Decent work, it is not a luxury. It is a right for all people. Because if companies want to move into more value-added, higher value-added activities, people need to be able to afford it. And if you are not paid right, if you don't work under the conditions that actually advance your own potential as a person, your human capital, what you have, then you are not able, then you wouldn't be able to earn the kind of salary that's required for you to participate in that product market. So enterprises and the population have to work hand in hand. So for me, those three things about localization, improving market access for everyone, economic inclusion, and decent work, for me are the three areas that digital transformation really needs to look at. Because this is our second chance after apartheid to begin to address economic transformation. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you. That was amazing. I think that you speak a lot of truth to power. And the truth to power is really around the fact that emerging sectors, as much as we appreciate the fact that they are bringing in new trends, new job opportunities, there's a contestation between flexibility and protection, especially in relation to decent work. And what does that mean as the jobs continue to transition as we know it? And so the big conversation is how we enabling localization of whatever it is, whether we're talking about equipment localization in the green economy, for example, in the solar area, or we're talking about localization in terms of the bikes for delivery in those sectors. But we're really intentional around that. As the new types of jobs are emerging, then we're also saying, how is it enabling transformation in a country like ours? I'm going to come to you, Dr. Mabasa. Dr. Mabasa, you have done a lot of work on Uber drivers. You've done a lot of work in the digital capitalization environment. And I really want to, speak to you around that as we see sectors such as e-hailing, last mile delivery, and short-term rentals now transforming how people work, how people move, and how people earn. As much as these types of jobs or platform-related businesses have generated flexibility, have generated access and scale, but it's also raised difficult questions. And those difficult questions relate to labor protections. Those questions relate to worker classification. It relates to platform accountability and data governance. So I'd like to, perhaps in the next 4 minutes, for you to weigh into the relationship between emerging forms of work and access to public goods, as well as the contestation around economic power and the labor markets and regulations that relate to economic power.
Right. No, thank you, moderator, and morning, colleagues. I think there are two major structural shifts that are happening now globally and also in our economy as well. It's the shift towards the so-called digital economy and the low carbon economy.
the contestation and the social conflict isn't about the technology per se, or the technical aspects of the technology. It's about the socio-economic impact of the economic power relations that are organized around the technology. And so my point of departure is that that is the actual issue we must discuss. Is digitization going to reproduce race, class, and gender inequality in South Africa? It's that simple. And I think for us to have the discussion, we have to move away a bit from this, the World Economic Forum paradigm. Because what it does, it places supply side elements at the center, right? So the argument that we must just build skills and train everybody, and they will be automatically absorbed on equitable terms into this new digital economy. But that's not how labor and skills work in the economy. Labor and skills are tied also to the structure of the economy and the way that sectors are organized. So we can't answer labor questions outside also answering questions about economic power, redistribution, and market structure. And there are three issues that I want us to look at when we move away from the world economic paradigm. The first one in South Africa is the contestation over labor, right? And whether these forms of digital work are reproducing or not reproducing what we call the apartheid workplace, right? That is basically characterized by race, class inequalities. And if you look at the research that we've done around Uber, done by myself and also other researchers, the Southern Center for Inequality Studies, the evidence illustrates that actually we have a lot of challenges around people earning low income, right? Around people having conflict over their relationship with these companies, right? With Uber, right? And also around the issue of classification, as you know, because allegedly, according to these companies, these are independent contractors, right? But if one reads our labor law doesn't define your employee status just on the basis of the contract. It also defines it on the basis of the relationship that you have with the other party. Yeah. And if you look at Section 200 of the Labor Relations Act, it's clear that there are elements of an employee and employee relationship in this context. And this is why the stuff that's happening now at the National Economic and Development Labor Council around the amendment of the labor law is something that we need to focus on from a regulatory aspect. The second issue that I want to speak about that's related to labor is this issue around different forms of labor. My colleague Jocelyn has said very eloquently, we can't think about digitization in South Africa in the same form as we think about it in the global north, because the economic structures are different and the labor markets are different. For example, our labor market is dominated by, I would call a flexible labor market with it's multi-tier, there are different types of work. And people are also involved in informal or non-wage work. And the interesting thing that I want us to highlight is that we need to look at different forms of work when you think about regulation. For example, people are also engaged in care work. So we need to think about how do you think about the use of digital tools and the impact that it has on care work. I'm sure everyone knows about Sweep South and the like. Yeah. So that's the first point I want to make just about labor. The second point is about the debate about ownership. The Competition Commission had reports that it published about sort of the conflict that had arisen in the e-hailing sector. And they put a number of things on the table that I think we have not really focused on. They weren't looking at just the conflict over the share or the fee that Uber charges, right? They were also asking questions about why are we accepting that certain companies have a God-given right to dominate the digital space? So why aren't we thinking about the idea of supporting locally owned companies with different forms of ownership in the digital economy and moving away from this idea of the shared economy and an individual entrepreneur and looking at other forms of ownership. And in my view, we should also look at social ownership, right? Cooperatives and other forms of collective ownerships that allow people to interact with the market, not just at the pace of an individual. Because we have a highly concentrated economy in South Africa. And so one of the things that I think is wrong with the digital economy discourse is that it emphasizes or it reproduces this concentrated form of ownership. And we need to look at different forms of ownership. And I would argue social ownership in that. The third point that I also want to make related to this debate is the issue of public interest, right? So who controls the data and what happens to that data? There's an interesting book by Zuboff, it's called Surveillance Capitalism. And it raises this question that these companies control this data, but what happens to this data? Is it used for public interest? Is it obtained also in a way that protects the privacy of individuals and the safety of individuals? And then I want us to also raise a question about data itself. If the data that is used in algorithms is based on human interactions, clearly then we can make a case for saying that data should be a public good, right? Because it's not a normal commodity. It's not something that's just mined and extracted somewhere. It's extracted from human interactions. So I want us to think about these three areas in this debate. This idea of labor and how it's regulated, and I've put some ideas. This debate about ownership and different forms of ownership, and not thinking that the Silicon Valley companies have a God-given right to own everything. And then the third one is around this issue of public interest, access to data, who controls the information, and also, lastly, the infrastructure around this data. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Mabasa. Can we give him a round of applause? I think these are very difficult conversations because on the one hand, great economies are built by entrepreneurs, and entrepreneurs is a free market. You are allowed to enter the market and leave the market, and the market is disrupted by new actors who find innovative ways to challenge the market, come in with new prizes or new innovations that make the market interesting. And so it's really about a conflict around flexibility. On the other hand, I also want to mention this, that more people want flexibility. They don't want to do 9-to-5 jobs. They want to be able to work for themselves. And they want to be able to explore entrepreneurship, whether through your traditional models of entrepreneurship or your social models of entrepreneurship. And we see Dr. Mabasa contesting that we need to look at the ownership element of that. We need to look at, is it a public good or not a public good, and therefore what should the regulatory framework look like? But there's also that contestation around flexibility and protection. Should we allow the market to do what markets do, which is the invisible hand says, that the invisible hand enables economies to move in the way that demand and supply allows. So I'm going to bring you in now, Dr. Bayane. How can we look at regulation and policy gaps when it comes to flexibility as well as protection? Dr. Mabasa has spoken about we need to protect, we need to look at a different way of doing things. How do you balance that as we think about regulation and policy?
Thank you, Chair, for So thank you for that question. So I am coming from an angle where I have interacted a lot with Uber drivers and of course building from my PhD and of course from a recent paper that I published which speaks about the conversation between flexibility and protection. And the argument that I want to put out is, of course I agree with colleagues, especially Neo, that there is a misalignment between regulation and processes which government is following in terms of trying to regulate and platform work and the gig economy. And the reason for that is in my interactions with Uber drivers Uber drivers are for regulation, but at the same time they are also saying this regulation should also not take away what we just said now, flexibility, which the digital platforms have introduced. And the reason for that is they are enjoying the idea of able to do your work at any time. You can log in and log off on the app, and also you can make decide on how much you want to make in terms of setting your target and all those things. But the only gap that they are in fact highlighting, which I think should be considered also in these conversations when we be talking about regulation, is Uber drivers are saying that they want issues of safety to be resolved. So that is the key thing that is coming out. And not only safety, when they spoke about safety, they spoke about institutional recognition, saying that authorities and these all structures that in South Africa, especially police and all those things, do not recognize them as individuals, as workers. So then when regulation is happening, are those issues considered? So this is why I even asked the big question of, yes, we see recent effort of the amendment of the National Land Transport Act,
where they are saying that these are the conditions which are going to be followed when they are regulating platform work. But are workers' lived experiences and perspectives at the center of that? Because for me, they're just focusing on, superficial regulation. It's always an issue of compliance and licenses of these companies, but realities of Uber drivers who are on the ground, are they really considered? Because how is it that the National Land Transport Amendment Act, when they just reflect on companies that are going to apply for a licensing and whatnot, how are that then addressing issues of safety? They gave an example in the Amendment Act where they said panic buttons should now be installed in cars. I mean, how is that resolving issue of safety? So there is a panic button, which they are saying that it's for the driver and the passenger, but how is that solving the issue that we're looking at the moment? Will that protect an Uber driver who's just going out and then the next thing they just hijacking and stuff like that? And another thing that they raise, which also aligns with the benefits of flexibility, is that they are saying when regulation is happening, it should also consider, adjusting issues such as prices, because they gave examples of how, for example, when prices of petrol are increasing and stuff like that, these digital platforms do not normally adjust their prices. So you find an Uber driver who's still taking a short trip of 50 rands, which now does not even buy you 2 liters of petrol. So such things. So are then platform economies, digital platform companies, then taking into consideration some of these things. And this is the reason why when I asked them a question around then, who is responsible of regulating? Who should do what? And then they sort of like proposed a hybrid regulation, but with their lived experiences and realities at the center, to say, yes, the government has the role of regulating in terms of licenses and compliance, but at the same time, they should also create conditions which forces these digital platforms to then address the issues of decent work, which my colleague spoke about, to say conditions such as earnings should be aligned and with labor, of course, and regulation. And not only that, but issues around safety. How are we then addressing them from the ground? Not just for us to speak about them in big offices and not understanding the reality which is happening. So there's that contestation, of course, of yes, we want protection, but this protection should not take away the flexibility which has been introduced by these digital platform companies, because these also allow us an opportunity to earn income at any time and all those things. But when regulation is happening, let Uber drivers or digital platform workers' lived experiences and realities be at the center of it. So
no, thank you. I think that's an amazing insight. I'm going to come to you, Temosho. You are like a wolf in sheep's. Coming from Take a Lot, you're sitting in the middle of very, very passionate individuals who are seeking for balance, regulatory relevance, regulatory balance, protections, as well as, people want to eat their cake and have it. If I'm trying to sit on your side, I've got you. They want to be entrepreneurs. They want to be allowed to earn. They want to work when they want to work. But at the same time, they want to be seen, like my colleague said, 200A of the Labor Relations Act, as also protected. And so I think you are sitting in an interesting space where you have to manage the perception around e-commerce, especially e-commerce platforms as a channel into the digital economy. So I'd really love for you to, in the next 4 minutes, give us your thoughts. Do we have the right regulations that protects all parties? Do you think that the relevant players in the digital economy have a balancing act and are looking at this in the way that looks at the best interest of all?
Thank you very much. And thank you to Lulaway for the invitation. I do feel like I'm standing out quite a bit here with policy people, and I'm coming with a commercial drive, a private sector view around digital markets and digital systems. I must issue a disclaimer. that these are my personal views, they're not of my employer. Uh, but I'm also grateful, and I think I must remind everyone, including the panel, that I work for a South African-born, created e-commerce platform, and we are competing against, and I'm glad Uber keeps coming up, international platform and digital services. And as Jocelyn pointed out, for some reason, South Africa keeps punching above its weight. We operate in such interesting ways, including the maturity of parts of our digital systems and the immaturity of other parts of our digital systems. So from my perspective, from a private sector perspective, these are very, very complex issues. And I know we're talking about future work, and I'm going to refer to traditional work, but they are inherently linked. Services are delivered to humans that exist in a physical form. E-commerce are channels to route to market for physical goods that exist in shops, in factories, that are created in factories, etc. People on bicycles that have to be produced somewhere, motorbikes that have to be produced somewhere. So there's a simplicity about it and also a complexity that when we're thinking about digital markets, at least from my perspective, is that I work in an office. So I don't work remotely. Like everyone else, I go to the office. But there are people that work remotely within Takealot. These are engineers and people that are very technically skilled as well. So I think when I give my submissions, please let's think about digital systems that are linked to the physical world, the traditional world. So digital platforms currently are considered drivers of inclusion and enablement. They are designed for scale and to operate as ecosystems. So from an enablement perspective, digital platforms can offer what we have already referred to as flexible avenues for entrepreneurs and SMEs and employees to provide services and goods with lower barriers to entry than in traditional models of work. Think of a third-party marketplace like on Takealot. If you want to sell your wares from your small-scale factory in Limpopo, you can access markets without having to put the capital cost of going to a shop, going to a poetry and saying, well, I want to sell my stuff here, paying for the physical costs of displaying your wares and all the operating costs. You simply open an account in a third-party marketplace and you're able to trade for goods. So there, the barriers to entry are slightly lower than in traditional markets. When we are thinking of entrepreneurs and SMEs, we're not just thinking about last mile delivery drivers, but they do form part of the ecosystem. Like I said, we are thinking about third-party marketplaces. We're thinking about artists that are generating music, videos, being paid royalties that don't have to go through big labels, traditional big labels. We're talking about businesses that can scale within the digital ecosystem, such as couriers, logistic firms, storage facilities and warehouses, digital payment systems, content creation, digital advertising. App development, which for us is an important thing because it goes straight to the availability of labor and skills gaps. Apps are developed largely internationally. Most of the software that the South African digital economy relies on is overseas. We've talked about the impact of petrol on drivers. When the war in Israel began, Oracle went down. Oracle is a warehouse management system. If your warehouse goes down, nothing goes out on the streets. And I don't think a lot of people are aware of that these things are happening internationally, but are having a very direct impact on our ability to trade as South Africans. From an inclusion perspective, as I've already mentioned, digital platforms offer routes to market and trade that inherently differ from traditional business models, last mile delivery nodes, spreading not just in urban environments, but townships, peri-urban, semi-rural and rural areas, allowing access to markets for both businesses and goods for consumers. Access to goods and services through fintech growth, driving access and services to those that are still largely unbanked in the country. And most importantly, access to education and skill development via affordable apps like edtech apps, where people can't afford to pay to go somewhere, but if they have access in their homes via the internet to skills development and technology or upskilling. Yesterday, when we were preparing for this panel, Litawa asks, what is it that we are regulating within digital economies? And I think it goes to what Nell was saying in her opening remarks around alignment. So just in the past 5, 6 years, we've seen permutations of some form of amendments to laws. We've touched upon amendments to the labor laws around what Dr. Mkhosana was saying. What is an employee? What is a freelancer? An independent contractor? And where do the rights and obligations lie between the independent contractor, the employer, and the employee or the platform itself? Employment Services was also under amendment, and one of the biggest issues that came under Employment Services Act was immigration and who is working in the country. There have been multiple market inquiries and licensing discussions within ICASA around related to the quality and affordability of internet connectivity. For us, the quality of internet connectivity is important, not just for the last mile driver who needs data to be able to make deliveries across the country, but also those creators and small businesses who need affordable data, reliable data, and quality data. So these discussions are happening at ICASA and DCDT around Starlink, of course, and the market inquiries that the Competition Commission undertook around the cost of data. Those are things that we are considering as a business as well. And these goes to access to information, knowledge, skills, and training, maturity within business environment, enabling access to essential services such as healthcare. Those of you that have medical aids would know that Discovery is altogether a digital platform, and it has an ecosystem of its own as well. And the growth of and penetration of digital services overall, and law enforcement as well. So from an operator like ourselves, our ability to apply for licenses and some transparency between us and the issuer of licenses and enforcement of those licenses is very, very important, especially in the context of local and international platforms that don't seem to operate on the same playing field. And I think this is a DTIC issue around that. Another amendments are, of course, SAPO, the business rescue processes in SAPO around the universal mandate of the post office and what has become the growth of courier services in the country. SARB has many, many policy roadmaps around fintech and growing the cashless economy, which goes to inclusivity around financial markets and services, small business interventions. There have been variations of this from a financial access perspective to cutting red tape as well. You were talking about data and data sovereignty. There's been recent amendments of privacy through the CPA on direct marketing and data monetization. The people that keep cold calling you to sell you whatever it is that they're trying to sell you, that is a traditional way of doing marketing, and it has had these regulations are having an impact on the ability for direct marketers to reach specific customers who might not also be digitally included. So they are also being removed from the availability of goods and services through direct marketing. And of course, the proposed AI policy, which I think for us is the most complex development, both from a business but from an employment and even human perspective. What is AI? What is AI doing? I work in a business that is tech, and AI every single day surprises me in terms of trying to understand what it is, but it's certainly changing everything about how we work and how we live. And I've of course touched on the treatment of local and international operators, not only just within the context of competition and a competitive landscape, but around localization and our industrial policy, and obviously trying to get international investment. So just to conclude, I think from a private sector perspective, there's always a need for certainty. So in order to operate effectively, we need certainty around policy and regulations. And for us, it's not just a cut and paste from what's happening internationally. Much of the discussion around gig workers, that discussion started, I think, within the ILO, and we have colleagues in Brazil that are having the same conversations. We have colleagues in India that are having the same kind of conversations. Interestingly, the conversations in Europe are very different for obvious reasons in terms of maturity and development. But if we could rely on the alignment and the data-driven and an approach of data-driven policy development to provide solutions for the growth of our digital ecosystems within a local context, but also continue to make South Africa internationally attractive, which we have done, notwithstanding the misalignment and all the challenges that we have. Because we employ people, education for us is important. And I don't know who was referring to education, but I think everybody has touched on education. For us, it's not just from a developmental process and the life cycle of education, but whether even those that are educating have the right skills and knowledge, not just for today's ways of work, but the future ways of work. Also for government to assist in mapping out where the actual skill gaps are, right? So I think sometimes we theorize around where the skill gaps are and how big the problem is. Our biggest challenge, of course, is because of the nature of the economy, the structure of the economy, is that we have more availability of low-skilled workers, but we have a huge gap on high-skilled workers, which means we have to pay for international people to come and run our systems on international board systems, and who can leave at any time because another person will make an offer to them in USD, right? So identifying skill gaps, growing those skill gaps through universities and even high schools. So we have a pipeline of what the economy actually needs today and tomorrow. And I also want to emphasize that we still need work that is physically based. We need people to keep the roads running. We need people to keep the freight rails running. We need people to connect us and create fiber. So not everything has to be about digital and this kind of intangible process. There's still very tangible work and labor that needs to have a synergy with the digital market and ecosystem. Thank you.
So she said a number of things. She said that pretty much everything is digital. On the other hand, she balances it out to say that we still need real jobs. We need jobs that are able to fix the roads, but the majority of our market is led, if you think about any big company in the world, in South Africa, think about any type of industry, there's a lot of digitization that is driving those industries as a whole. And you also sort of mentioned that the regulatory framework is there, needs to be improved. So I want to go to the DTIC governments themselves. Do you agree? Do you believe that the state is currently equipped, skills-wise and institutionally, to regulate algorithm and platform-driven work? She thinks that there is enough, it could be better. I think that's the first question, and that will go to both Jocelyn and Dr. Mabasa. Secondly, we need to look at this in terms of the background of our country. We have 65% youth unemployment, and we are accelerating digital transformation. We are digitizing a lot of things, and yet we're saying, yes, there's opportunity for other work, which is not digital. So I want to ask the second question to both of you at the same time. As automation increases, we're seeing warehouse logistics being cut in half because people are finding ways to do it better, more effective, more efficient. Are we creating new types of jobs locally, or are we reducing entry-level opportunities? So on the one hand, is the state well-positioned to regulate effectively? Do they have the capacity? Do they have the skills? Are they well-equipped to be able to manage this particular landscape that we're looking at? And how does it affect the South Africa as we know it?
Oh, you want me to start?
Okay. I'm happy for Dr. Mabaso. Dr. Mabaso, you can start, and then Jocelyn. Yes.
Okay. No. So, okay, so the two questions, I think if we look at this case study, the state has responded adequately. As I mentioned before, there are discussions now at NEDLAC about amending the Labor Relations Act. And one of the issues on the table at NEDLAC is this issue around how we classify different workers and this issue around the employee relationship. So that's the one thing. But the second point to also point to is the amendment on the National Land and Management Transport Act, which actually defines e-hailing within the transport sector, which is important because remember, part of the contestation in the 2015, 16, 17 was that you couldn't define sort of e-hailing. So, and there was an issue around that, and then the implication that it has for regulating and then pricing. So I think the state is already responding. But of course, they needs to be improved whenever the legislation is implemented or the social partners agree, especially on the labor issues. The second issue is that automation is the second question now. Automation is not new in the economy. It's been happening for years. And so the state has a number of tools that, and in terms of how to respond. The one is the issue about reskilling, right? Where people can be reskilled. The second issue is also an active labor market policy where individuals are placed in similar types of employment, right? When automation does have a negative effect on employment. There are examples that have happened in the auto sector and others. My argument is that the unemployment, the 65% that we have in South Africa, the youth, we're not going to change it unless we implement some crucial steps. The one is that we need to reindustrialize our economy. And we need to pick sectors that have a higher labor absorption rates. Manufacturing, agro-processing, infrastructure. The second thing, we have to focus on value chain and localization because you create more jobs. I'll give you a practical example. Our problem, again, with the thing of the new future of work, with the renewable energy, is that if you look at our renewable energy program, most of the jobs they are in constructing this sort of like infrastructure, not necessarily in manufacturing it. And if we were to create more opportunities by promoting localization, industrialization, we could possibly then create more jobs in that. So these are some of the tangible steps or easy steps that we can take to create the jobs. The other thing is also uneven spatial development. If you look at our society right now, the urban centers mostly employ people, the townships and the rural areas are still underdeveloped. So we need to take this debate, and it's unfortunate that we use this concept of township economy, but anyway, we need to really take this debate about how do you decentralize the economy and how do you actually create more productive sector development in townships and rural areas for us to expand employment. And you can see in these solutions, none of them are just skills-based. I'm not dismissing skills. I think skills and training is important, but what I'm arguing against is this notion we have in South Africa that if we just educate and we just train, it's fine. It's not going to work. We need to mix that with these demand interventions that I'm speaking about.
Exactly. And Jocelyn, do you want to weigh in, especially how it affects, because as we're creating new jobs based on the digital economy, is there a challenge in terms of entry-level job opportunities being completely exited, or is there a threat to entry-level opportunities, especially that's where our young people mostly play?
So you've reformulated your question because I like what my colleague was saying about the interface between the physical and the digital, because it tracks sort of the conventional human-machine interface that we have experienced since the first industrial revolution. So things have not changed. The tools that we use may have changed, the technologies may have changed, but the dilemma and the paradox about how do you keep a balance between the two persists.
Correct.
And that is what we need to deal with. So perhaps your first formulation of the question was around, does the state have the capacity?
Yeah.
As Jocelyn, as I'm sitting here, yes, I do have the capacity if anyone were to listen. But remember, the state is not just government, it's also a political animal. And it works on a 4-5-year basis. So you're sitting with that constraint because development and transformation is a developmental process and it takes long and you need patience, you need strategic patience for that. Because things evolve over time and therefore you have to be flexible enough to take those changes into consideration. So, I mean, let me put, if then, so I do think the state have capacity, but as someone was saying, I think there was an IDLAC symposium on productivity earlier on, and all of the South Africans were complaining that South Africa has amazing policies, but we can't implement them. And what the ILO moderator was saying, Chair, do you really think that that's the truth? That's the truth? That if you can't implement a policy, it means the policy is probably not good. From their international and global experience, that was it. And that really struck me. So as I'm listening to everyone here talking about policy, we probably have the best constitution in the world, but does everyone have a house? Does everyone have enough water, electricity, education? No. They don't. That doesn't mean we're going to throw away the Constitution. So what I'm saying is, rather than taking this, what South Africa's taken a maximalist approach, is to be more pragmatic. That instead of saying policies must address everything and then nothing happens, is to say what is practically realizable within where we are. Because we have to stop taking this sort of apartheid approach to South African life, that we have to strive for the stars when in fact you can't walk in the road because there's a pothole. Basic stuff needs to. So we need to develop excellence in doing the basics for society.
No, thank you. I think
so,
that's helpful.
So for me, that is the message rather than sort of this first world notion that we have about where we are.
So you're talking about practical realism. And in bringing that, this concept of practical realism to light, I'd like to ask Bayana, perhaps could you help us look at maybe I want to take it back to what the keynote speaker said. The keynote speaker said that if regulations does not evolve with technology, inequality will evolve without it. I thought that was powerful. And in recognizing that inequality will remain if we don't look at practical realism, I'd like you to perhaps in very short, very in a summary, look at what risk we face if regulatory reform continue to lag behind labor market realities. So what are the risks that we should be considering as government, as people, as organizations, as a sector, if that regulatory reform does not happen?
Okay. So my short response would be, look at where domestic work sector is at the moment. So looking at the history of domestic work and how post-apartheid was an argument that there is regulation how domestic workers are recognized. Where are we today? So those are some of the things which, or a point which I would like to then perhaps pose to the government. Because for me, as I said earlier on, this regulation, compliance and licensing of digital platform companies, it's more like a tick for me in a box that we have done this. Now the work needs to be done or pushed to other people. So there is a tick, yes, that there's definition of platform economy being recognized as one form of transport that system that is available, of course, to provide public transport and all those things. But again, who does it serve? Does it serve digital platform workers on the ground, or does it just it's a tick for political parties and government, which my colleague just mentioned? And yeah, so I think we are. I think we are heading straight to where domestic work is at the moment with the digital platform economy. Because yes, Neo spoke about how technology is not going anywhere.
Yeah.
So it's here. So as it is changing work and everything, what I'm seeing from government and other sectors or other parties as well, it's just a reaction or reactive response to what is happening. Are we really thinking through about what is happening on the ground? Do we understand what platform workers, whether gig economy, whether Uber drivers or take-a-lot drivers, do we understand what is happening on a daily basis? They are running around to try and deliver grocery, for example, for Checker 60/60 in 60 minutes, and then the next thing they just driven over and a whole lot of things. So these are challenges which I think the government and other parties involved needs to give an ear to, not just for us to tick and say we are regulating. So who are we regulating for? Is this just regulation on paper, or really going to address issues on the ground?
So in other words, you're agreeing with Jocelyn that we need to, it's not just about the utopia of our law and our regulation. And similar to the keynote speaker, it's really around where the techie hits the road. And I want to finish before we open to the public. I want to ask you, Tamisha, one last question. What would smart regulation, you are sitting in the middle of all of this, what would smart regulation look like from the perspective of a platform that operates at scale across diverse legal and social contexts? So yes, we have looked at the risk. Yes, we're saying that the laws are there, but we need to make them more relevant and we need to work towards localization. What would smart regulation look like?
If I was sitting in Europe, I would answer differently.
I should hope so.
But I think we do have a lot of regulation that can be operationalized with a few tweaks here and there, and we're seeing that in the gig economy part, right? Because that's an international conversation. It's a specific type of work that is it seems unique to digital markets. On other ways of doing business, we think that smart regulation is, I think, what Nell was saying again around whether we have regulation by intention or regulation by default.
Yeah.
Where there is intention, I think it needs to be clear what it is that government and policymakers seek to do insofar as it relates to regulation, and not just in digital economies, but just throughout, right? So if we're intentional on making difficult and complex policy decisions around how we want our markets to be restructured. I was having a conversation with my friend around, you were saying the township economy. I also deliberately did not mention township economy. But there's stuff happening within townships, and there's life and economic development happening in townships. So how do we utilize our current spatial planning regulations, how we license businesses, where we license businesses, etc. Those are already within the regulation. So for me, I think it's that part about intention. What is it that we intend to do within our economy and structure our economy in a way that works for everyone?
So I'm going to open up to the public, to everyone, our dear listeners. Do you have any question for any of the panelists on any of the stuff you've heard? There's huge debates happening around, how we balance in the various interests, whether it is the interest of industry or the interest of the regulator themselves, which is government, or the interest of the ordinary man on the street, and the intention around social compact. Is there any questions from the audience? Yes. If you don't mind, if you can tell us what your name and your organization and your question.
Yeah, my name is Sibongile, and I'm from the Tshwane University of Technologies Institute for the Future of Work. I did not get the name of the panelist, but I would say the lady sitting next. Yeah, what's her name? The one next to Dr. Mabas.
Yes.
Demusho. You mentioned something that basically made me listen when you spoke about the skills, especially within the executive level. And one of the things that you spoke about was around the import of skills, which is basically mainly done by the multinational companies. Now, within the context of regulation, can we say that we do have South Africans that are capable within that space? However, our inability to enforce compliance of our regulation have actually opened the door for the import of the skills.
All right, I want to take one more question and then we will wrap up. Yes? I see two hands. The last two questions, the lady in red. Were you raising your hands or did I get it wrong? Yes, yes. And then there's a gentleman, if we can take the two questions and then we'll wrap up this panel.
Oh, hi, I have a question for Dimisha as well and versus Uber. So we know the Take-A-Lot was the competition to Amazon. So that kind of gave South Africans something to work towards and kind of have ourselves see ourselves as that kind of empire, which accelerated, more workforce, that kind of competition, put that on the track. But for Uber, we don't have anything that's chasing Uber. So from that perspective, where you guys are running on a competitive field in the same industry with an international establishment, where's Uber, or where is the competition for Uber failing on that in South Africa? And also a question about digital transformation from Mrs. Vass as well. Sorry if I said that incorrectly. There's been, I think in South Africa, we don't have there's a lot of talk about access and opportunity, but if you look at countries like Zambia, for example, they have more of a national-wide access to Wi-Fi. in South Africa we don't, which has prompted a lot of Zambians to be able to start off their own little businesses within their own sectors. And South Africa is very vast, so you can't think that someone who lives in Tembisa can then connect with someone who lives in Centurion to be able to, it would give them opportunities to work within their communities and build within their communities. Why haven't we, as countries that belong with BRICS, who have more internet in hotspots such as hospitals and schools, that's absolutely for free. Why haven't we been able to do that and not have to rely on an institution like Starlink, which in Zambia, for example, for their ZamFree initiative, they haven't been relying on Starlink. What is the blockade to such access? And if that access was available, what kind of jobs, what kind of opportunities do you think it would instill in people personally? Because it doesn't just have to be companies and all these jobs that hire people. It could be people who just think for themselves how to maneuver within their own companies, but with the access to the internet. That's also just a wide question for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman, the last gentleman, there's a gentleman at the back. Yes, you in suits. Yes. Yeah. The gentleman with yes.
All right.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. So I think, first of all, I wanted to say not all protocol was observed, but I see it has been observed now. I think the aircon conversation has been addressed. That's the first one. But also, I think, secondly, I think thank you to Lulaway just for this access to this network. I think sitting here, I'm writing lots of notes, and I'm excited that there's people that I can bother after this session. Just about, I think, what I want to write, what I'm researching, which is very similar to the topics we're having today, just around, I think, employment and economic stimulation and participation. So I think also I'm in human capital. Sorry, my name is Mkhosana from NAMPAC. And I think the second part is whenever we meet in such platforms, or most of the platforms that I participate in, things like your RBOs is almost like a consolidation to say, hey, what are our takeaways and what have we learned, and what is almost our declaration or way forward from today's session. So I was taking a lot of notes, I think, obviously for myself, and I'm sure, and I'd hope that, I think at the end of this talk, we almost consolidate some work or some debates that we can take away from today's session. But I think I noted down, it's noting down also questions, but maybe also whether the panel agrees or disagrees with some of my statements or questions in this regard. I think the balance around, and maybe how do we strike the balance between the economic stimulation and participation, especially around this concept of decent work. What is decent work? Because we say Uber and all of this is decent work, but you've got other legislations and other compliance requirements that speak to rest periods, that speaks to hours of work. And how do we then sort of demystify or break that down, and how do we classify that as decent work vis-a-vis what we don't classify as decent work? Yeah. I look at, for example, security and surveillance. I think to Jocelyn's point around the Internet of Things, surveillance doesn't require people in this day and age. Now, when we talk about decent work, what are we saying about that work? What decent or meaningful contributions does that do? We also then talk about creating jobs, or the balance between creating jobs and protecting jobs. Now, if my social partners were here, from NUMSA, and this is one of our biggest contestations around protecting jobs of people that don't really want the jobs because of misconduct and so on, when you could open up that opportunity for someone that doesn't have a job and actually might give a bit more effort to that job than this one that really treats it from a complacency perspective. How do we draw that balance? Not to be long, but I'm in human capital, so. Also, who's responsible for changing the narrative or our worldviews around work? Now, we speak about this township economy or rural economy. I come from rural areas in the Eastern Cape. In my whole rural area, we've got long drops and so on and so forth. But guess what? There's no single plumber in my area because what? Removing, feces is not looked at as a job or a decent job. We don't have welders in the area. We don't have all types of artisans. We now need to go to the towns to be able to get that. So who's then responsible for changing that narrative around that? We asked the question around who's responsible between private sector, public sector, and an activist. And for me, I think we all sit here in our respective roles with the different, social, financial, intellectual capitals. And I say we are the ones that are responsible. And on the question around the policy and the implementation, I almost say we need professional rebels that are going to lead the way, but almost in our individual spaces rather than through our businesses that represent. Because I think like Ms. Khobela here, those are my views. I don't think my employer would share the views that I have. So I really think the conversation, whether by default or design for me, has to be dictated by society, individuals here in our respective capacities. Thank you.
No, thank you. I think that was really insightful. So what's your question, Jocelyn says?
We're going to interpret it.
That's a philosopher. So if you were to summarize your question, what is the question?
Decent work.
No, I do want to hear. I want to hear how these questions.
So
what's your question?
I think there's a lot of questions.
Just one
and-
question.
Just
One.
No, you see, now you're boxing me. I think the panel, each one, in part, I touched upon all of the comments that they made. And I think for me, not to look for an endorsement, but if there is a differing view that, especially around who's responsible and how do we change the narrative around work.
As we wrap up, I'm going to start with Dr. Mabasa.
Okay.
Maybe to every single one of
Yeah, just quickly.
Yeah.
So how do we define decent work? The ILO has defined decent work. There are 4 pillars, and South Africa subscribes to that. It's signed the convention, and it even has a decent work country program. It's the right to collective bargaining, basic compliance with your health and safety sort of regulations, and sufficient income and employment opportunities, and the right to social security. That's the framework. But the issue is that a country is supposed to adopt that framework according to some of the specificities of their context and apply it to different forms of work. Now, in South Africa, there's been debates about the digital economy, even public works, huge debate about public works program and decent work. So that's what decent work is. Then the issue about protecting jobs and existing jobs. The reality in South Africa is that we already have flexible labor markets as it exists. Our labor market is different types of workers, different types of contracts. So for me, I don't think that the cause of our unemployment or people losing jobs is our labor laws or the flexibility question. It's actually the sector dynamics that take place that are out of control of labor legislation. For example, if you allow the Chinese to flood your market with cheap steel, they will undercut your steel mills. It's that simple. So then the other issue about who's responsible for defining what is credible work. I think they are material. Sorry, I'm going to be a bit philosophical now, but they are, I'm an academic. They are material conceptions of work. So we value work because it brings income, or because we see the work in our community. So when we were growing up, as you say, they were welders, they were, but it's because the economy wasn't as highly industrialized as it is right now. So I think the conception of work is informed by how we structure economy, and we need to structure our economy differently so people value different forms of work and understand not everybody is going to be in the financial business or legal services. That's the first point. But the second point is also that there's the value of work that we think is not work, but it's work. There are people in townships in rural areas who are involved in what we call social reproduction. So they reproduce human life, and we don't really take that work seriously. And care work is a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
Or people who are there in I don't like the word informal, but non-wage labor. Those are all forms of work that can be supported. Not everyone's going to land up in a factory, guys. Sorry. I'm not just saying a nice academic thing, but that's the truth, right? And then the last point, I just think it is both the public and the private sector. The only thing is that in South Africa, I think there's not convergence around priorities between the public and the private sector. And it's a problem. And I think we need to work on this, on making sure that when we do have the social compacts, they're implemented. But also, I'm going to say something, sorry, I have to slip this in. I also have a problem with the private sector that argues that we don't need any form of racial redress, that wages are too high, when there's evidence that wages are not high in South Africa. So I think colleagues in the private sector, with all due respect, also need to take some of these debates seriously, especially around inequality. We are not going to grow our economy if we have inequality. Inequality is an impediment on growth. And the truth is that our strongest driver of inequality is labor market inequality.
Thank you.
So I think we must be honest also in our conversations about what are the problems. We want to deal with corruption, but we must also deal with inequality. Yeah.
Awesome. Can I bring Temusha in? Temusha, that's a challenge out to you. So maybe in your closing comments, you can weigh in while also responding to some of the questions.
I think I agree with you on the responsibilities, everyone's responsibility. I don't think it can be just private sector or just public sector, and the prioritization part is important. And I think academia as well plays a pivotal role in giving us data and giving us information about how we restructure, why we restructure. Things around history and what has changed over time are very, very important when it comes to policy development from our perspective. To answer the questions that were put directly to me, I think from a hiring perspective, every company has probably high-skilled hiring issues, right? So people that are specifically qualified for specific job might not be readily available in the country, might cost more because they've had exposure elsewhere. And so a company has to make a decision around when and how they hire. From an engineering perspective, we do know that we don't have enough engineers in the country. We have a lot in Takealot, but we don't have enough in the country to produce competitors that can compete against Uber and all the other kinds of digital businesses that exist in the country from an international perspective, but not from a South African perspective. Temu and Shein are a great example of this because the deployment of technology by those two businesses globally is like, it's extraordinary what they're doing. We don't have that capability from a technical perspective, a human technical perspective. We don't have that from a product perspective as well, the kind of software, and again, I repeat AI. We're going to be here having an AI discussion in about a year, I think. So I think we have to strike that balance from a hiring perspective as well. So making a decision about where we draw our talent from and how quickly we can put that talent to work. I agree with you, access to reliable and quality internet is important, and what that gives everyone is access to everything. It doesn't need to be a job or a skill or anything like that. Being able to, I come from Sosh, from Township in Soshanguve. The ability for my mom to make an appointment in a public hospital on from a digital platform, that would be great, which means they shouldn't have to queue for hours and hours because there's a time slot, it's guaranteed, it is there, it is transparent, it is yours, saving her time and effort sitting outside and queuing. And that applies to any kind of service that you want to have access to. So I think the idea of access, global access, not for a specific topic that we're having here, is important for internet access.
Thank you. Dr. Bayana, do you want to closing remarks?
Yeah, so I like the question that the gentleman asked about what is decent work, and I think the point that I wanted to make relates to what Dr. Mabaso just said, that you know the WEF definition of decent work, does it really is it contextual? Is it really applicable in South Africa? I'm a big fan of context, so we need to contextualize. So I do agree with this point that does the definition really, is it really applicable in South African context? And also, I think to take this even further, you know, in South Africa is maybe it's about time that we start now contextualizing this definition, also looking at what is decent work in the digital age, because work is now, you know, there's a combination of technology that is coming in. So what is then decent work and what is meaningful work, especially in the digital age? Because he also made reference of care work that is done and all those things. And I'm also supervising a student who's also looking into this issue of graduate unemployment, but from an angle where these unemployed graduates are also making meaningful work in other ways. So it's not all about, you know, unemployment and everything and, you know, having a degree and everything, but there's also work that is done. I mean, also when we go to TikTok, you come across videos of a graduate who's selling scones and all those things. So that is meaningful work. That is work in South Africa, considering you know, the state which we are at. And then the last thing that I want to speak to, which also relates to competition, who is Uber competing with? I think it's a great question and also relates to what we were talking about with Dr. Mabaso earlier on, about his work on ownership. To say that yes, there are companies which are coming in South Africa, and these digital platform companies which are introducing us to how work is done, new forms of work. But isn't it time that in South Africa and also with the government, we come up with our own, you know, platforms which we can use, and hopefully, when we come up with those platforms, for example, like your Take a Lot, hopefully they will take into consideration the context which these workers or people that are participating in these platforms, you know, they ensure that they are protected, they have access to benefits and a whole lot of things. So I think, yeah, that's where I will end it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jocelyn, can I pull you in?
thought you skipped me, so I was beginning to relax.
I wanted to finish strong, so, and it's always good to finish with a lady.
Thank you. The question about who's responsible for keeping that balance between economic growth or stimulus and economic participation, I want to reframe it. We have to stop asking about who's responsible, but ask the question, how am I accountable for what I've done towards this new trajectory we're supposed to be going on? Because it's the issue of accountability that has stifled us in our growth and development over the last, I should probably say 20 years, because in the first 10 years, I think we were doing well. So it's accountability, I think, that really needs to drive how we do things, what we decide on, but also my earlier point about we must keep it simple, we must keep it realizable. Thank you.
So there you have it. I can't take any more questions, unfortunately, but I wanted to say a very big thank you to all our panelists. Can we give them a round of applause? They have been amazing. I think if I were to summarize what I heard today from the panelists, the one is that we have a very robust regulatory framework. I think the laws are there. We need to tweak it, but it's not so much about the laws. It's about now ensuring that as we amend our regulation, that we amend them with intention, that we look at a social compact where all players participate in enabling a balance between stimulating the economy, because we need to do so, but also ensuring that everyone is protected, and that we create that balance between flexibility and protection, and defining ways of work as digitization continues to emerge, continues to shift the way we think about jobs and the way we think about the economy as a whole. Thank you very much for joining us for this panel.
Thank you so much. Incredible panel, incredible panel. Just got some thank you gifts. If all our panelists could just stay on stage just for a little while. Also for a photo op, our cameramen are coming through. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Wasn't that just fantastic? Onyinye Nwaneri, Dr. Kwesi Mabasa, Temusho Sehubela, Dr. Percival Bayane, and Justin Fast. Thank you so much. That was incredible. In the spirit of continuation and, of course, impact, as some of the speakers alluded to, this is a continuation. It's a continuing conversation. What Lulaway through LulaTalks has started is that. It's community, it's holding one another accountable, it's seeing where we connect the dots, where there are gaps. So it continues. So in that spirit also, in terms of commitments, we've got this pledge in your goodie bag that we would really appreciate if you could fill in and leave at the registration desk when you leave. So that we can keep in touch and we can really crystallize and centralize this community furthermore. Colleagues, everyone has been so gracious and attentive in this session, but I think you all need to just, stretch your legs, catch a breather, do whatever you've got to do. There's also, so it's a comfort break. There's some snacks and nibbles as well. We must be back in 10 minutes, and we do apologize to our next speakers for the next panel for some of the delays, but I think you can agree it has not gone to waste. So we really, really beg your patience, and we look forward and anticipate that conversation when we come back. But let's take a little break and come back in 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
I can share with you. Lots to say. Well
you very
done,
much.
well done. Thank you so much. No, next time, don't give them 4 minutes. I would have had a more conversation for that 4 minutes because I wasn't there yesterday. So when I listened to it and I heard, oh, we're going to give it takes time.
Probably fighting with evidence.
It should have been when we started because that's 4 minutes. No, never. I saw it and I even heard there was going to be a presentation. I said, what? So I came and said, no, you have to give them 4 minutes each. And I thought, no, we could have had a conversation. The conversation would have been so much easier. So next time, in your next panel, no 4 minute intro. Go to the conversation. I was struggling with the 4 minutes. Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you. Well done.
Moderator, you did such a good job.
I had more questions for you, but I could see the 4 minutes. We shouldn't have done that 4 minutes. I told myself the 4 minutes took a lot of time because we should have had more conversation. I should have more conversation because I would have gotten more out of you in a conversational framework than I got than we did. We now have two questions.
Well, I'm going to a network panel on Friday.
Yes.
And the way you guys are organizing is perfect.
Okay.
Because there they give us 15 minutes for presentation.
Okay. It's boring. Yeah. You can't have a debate. You can't have a debate. Yes. You can't have a dialogue.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2.
This may come as some surprise, but I miss you. I could see through all of your lies, but still I miss you. Takes my love, but it doesn't feel like mine. Tastes a kiss, kisses are not mine, they're not mine. He takes, surely she can't give what I'm feeling now. She takes, surely she doesn't know how. Is it a crime? Is it a crime that I still want you and I want you to want me too? My love is wider, wider than Victoria Lake. My love is taller, taller than the Empire State. It dives, it jumps, and it ripples like the deepest ocean. I can't give you more than that. Surely you want me back. Is it a crime? Is it a crime? I still want you, and I want you to want me too. Is it a crime? I still want you, and I want you to want me too. It does just ripples like deepest ocean. Can't give you more than I. Surely you want it back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back for part two. Thank you for so much for honoring the time to those inside. I'm really gonna need the help of my friends and colleagues outside to make haste and join us. Ladies and gentlemen, part two is about to resume. Please may we make our way inside. Part two is about to be underway. Thank you, beloved. All right, I'm closing doors. What should we do to the naughty ones? You're in. What should we do to the latecomers? Are you about to speak? Mandi Sangwanyan. Mandi Sangwanyan. You're on the panel. We first have Boasa before we first have Boasa before you. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. All right. Okay. Yes, it's you. It's you now. Quickly. It's 5 minutes. That's 5 minutes. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Welcome back. It's LulaTalks 2026, the inaugural meeting of minds and intentions and work to shape new realities and futures for the country and the youth of this country in particular when it comes to work and future pathways. My name is Sibongile Gangxa, in case you've forgotten. And I have the privilege of directing the program this afternoon. A wonderful first session, I must say. I want to once again apologize, though, for the delays and the impact that they have on our panelists and our moderators for the second session. And to everybody else, please do bear with us. This conversation is incomplete without you in the room. So please do stay with us. We're going to, in the spirit of partnership, Lulaway does not do its work on its own. It has beautiful, meaningful partnerships and just people who really, catalyze and pour into the body of work that Lulaway does. So I'm going to now ask the president of the Business Women's Association of South Africa, BWASA, Ms. Mandisa Wanyana, to please join us just for an interlude and some reflections before we proceed with the second panel. Thank you so much. Please give her a round of applause.
Apologize for spending most of the morning on the other side. As Murphy would have it, on the amazing first engagement think tank, really thinking about the future of South Africa, the future of women. I had a website break and the client was releasing annual reports this morning. So I apologize for that, but we are here. My name is Mandi Sangwanyan. I am the president of the Business Women's Association. I've been president for a period of just over 18 months now. But before I get into that, can I take a deep breath? Apologies. Can I and strongly about where the country is going. What is the future of youth? Where are women in this ecosystem and how do we find expression? Understanding that the world is changing at a very, very rapid pace. Understanding how far Africa and South Africa is behind when we come to digitization. So I'm honored this morning to be here. I do not take it lightly to stand at this podium and represent the women of South Africa. And I thank you. So some of you may know the Business Women's Association. We've been around for decades, even longer than I've been on planet Earth. The association has been around since 1980, but formally as the Business Women's Association, we renamed that in the year 2000. So it's either we are 46 or 26. You can choose which side you want to play. I lean on the 26 side because the other side is a little bit too scary at the moment. But the organization was essentially honestly founded on the principles of advocacy. When you think about the country in the 80s, there was Black women, white women, colored women, Indian women that were really trying to get into the marketplace, having various challenges. On the one side, industry is not letting them in. On the other side, husbands want them to stay home. And they all had to galvanize together to really now fight for the economy. And I think for me, what really makes me proud of being a member of the BWA is that our genesis spurs all the way back to 1956. We fought for freedom of movement, freedom of expression, but now I think the BWA stands at the forefront of really now ensuring that women in South Africa are key drivers in the economy. So we are the largest, or let me be humble. We were once the largest and most prominent Business Women's Association. And the genesis of BWASA has given birth to women in construction, women in mining, women in etc. We want to say, and the way we position ourselves is that we are not the mother of all associations, but we use a collaborative approach when working with women in the different sectors. Our members span across professionals and women in business, from your mom who sells tomatoes on the street corner to a lady who's already exporting in other markets. So it's quite a complex membership base that we focus on as an association. But I think for me today, I really want to focus on the conversation at hand about what future skills look like and what the pathway is. And I think for us as an advocacy body, our main and critical area that we want to play in these conversations is really pushing the needle with regards to public sector and government to ensure that at the inception of a new sector, at the inception of new industries, women are at the forefront and at the center of those conversations. In 2019, the BWA hosted what we termed the presidential dialogue. And I think for us, that is where our real strength comes in as an organization. When we hosted the presidential dialogue, the country was gripped by the death of the young lady in Cape Town who was killed in a post office. There was uproars around GBV, etc. And at the heart of it is looking at the national strategic plan and saying, okay, if women have economic power, then they can leave potential situations of abuse. So when we hosted the president in 2019, it was really a conversation around, one, there's GBV, but beyond the GBV, there is very, very great disparities when it comes to equality and equity in the South African landscape. And for us, that birthed what we now know as the minimum 40% procurement set aside for women in business. And I just want to quote something that the president mentioned at the dialogue in 2019, that I'll quote him as he said it. In October 2019, when we convened our inaugural presidential dialogue, the President Ramaphosa said, "The economy is women. We will discriminate in favor of women. We have taken a decision that budgeting processes in our government is going to be gender sensitive." This also stressed the need for more businesses to focus on setting aside minimum 40% for women in business and ensuring that we are getting closer and closer to some level of equity and equality. But beyond that, I think personally for me, when I really think about the landscape when it comes to women in business, when it comes to skills, when it comes to protecting this country and the growth of this country, we really need to ask ourselves honest and pertinent questions that say, where are we in terms of the skills that are needed for women to be able to thrive in boardrooms, for women to be able to thrive in the various sectors that they operate in. But I think for us is being able to, at the inception of any new sector, being at the forefront. When we spoke with Stefan and Palesa from Lulaway, the conversation was honestly around, last mile delivery. Where are the women? Where are the youth? Where's the legislation that talks to this particular sector? If we are not sitting there in those rooms at the beginning, retrospectively 5, 7, 10 years down the line, we'll say, oh, there's another sector where women were ignored. So it's very important for us as women and organizations that represent women in industry to be able to lead and charge the regulations around the participation of women and young women in these particular sectors. I'm taking a deep breath because I'm also hoping no one phones me to say there's a 404 on the website. So from our perspective is, one second, sorry guys. So from our perspective, look, can I close this? Can I actually close this and speak from the heart? Because I'm actually screwing myself over and it's not gonna work. I'm an entrepreneur. Yeah, I'm an entrepreneur, and I think this morning showed me that maybe I must get a rich husband somewhere, but I'm an entrepreneur, and I think the pain points for all of us as women is that we are developed for the sake of development. We are not developed for funding. We are not developed for growth. We are not developed for sustainability. And the biggest challenge that we find is that organizations such as ours and all the others that came after ours, we tend to stick to we tend to stick to the things that everybody does, right? We have an event, we speak, we talk, we move, right? Where we find ourselves as an association over the past 46 years odd, we ended up being a tea party. We'd meet, we'd look pretty, we'd take pictures on Instagram, and then month end, your business still not making money. So where we find ourselves now as an organization is to say we are in industry partnering with partners that want to move the needle. We don't want another talk shop. This is beautiful, but after this, what do we do? After this, what do we walk away with from this conversation, from this think tank, and make sure that we start seeing the movement that we want to see in our country? Case in point, when talking about last mile delivery and the future of the economy, e-commerce is big. I'm in marketing. I run a marketing services business. Digital has always been part of our ecosystem, but even us that were way ahead of other industries, we're finding ourselves having to ask ourselves, how do we protect our business? Our business is currently going through a flux where we're no longer an agency and we're investing in marketing technology to drive us forward. If women and youth aren't at the center and the forefront of understanding how technology works in their businesses, regardless of what sector that we're in, we are absolutely going to be left behind. So for us, it's ensuring that the simplistic skills of understanding why it is important to understand technology and using it effectively in your business goes without saying. What we've done as an association in relaunching ourselves was build a website which has a members portal. The purpose of the members portal is to stop women from going into sessions where an ESD provider is getting fat money to teach them how to set up a social media account. They can do that on their own. You can go into the website, DIY all that stuff, how to set up this, how to do your SARS. But where we want people to be in the room is when we actually get down and dirty and do the work that allows them to get funded, that allows them to grow sustainable businesses, that allows them to actually contribute to the economy in South Africa. When women are well funded and their businesses grow, we as a Business of Women's Association really do believe that we can drive the economic change that we see in the country. But it needs us as partners to really think long and hard to say, okay, we're talking last mile delivery. What does it mean? Does it mean we're just riding around in scooters only? Does it mean we're building a whole entire ecosystem around this particular sector to make sure that things work? One of the key components of the key rollout plans that the BWA is rolling out, and in partnership with Lulaway, and one component thereof, is what we describe as women industrializing Africa. The concept, honestly, is to ensure that the reindustrialization conversation in South Africa starts with women first. There are factories sitting barren that could be contributing to meaningful work. But it's not just having a factory and we're sewing and we're having fun. It's about making sure that those products get to the end consumer. So what we are really trying to do is look at which productive sectors of the economy really need focus and intentionality in, and then we put the ecosystem around there. With regards to what we're intending to do is ensuring that from the moment you set up your factory, you have pathways to selling your products, you have an ecosystem that delivers the products, etc. I know I'm not going into too much detail because Palisa said I mustn't give away the idea too much. So, but it's something that we hope that we'll be sharing in more detail over time. But essentially what we're saying as an association, gone are the days where we meet, we talk, we find women with cute things, we find women with sessions where they know how to do their business model canvas, but the business is not making money. And we need to fight and advocate that those businesses are able to be sustainable and those businesses are able to contribute to the economy. And for me, as I stand here today as an association, representing women in South Africa, I don't have the answers. As I say in meetings, I'm a mere marketer. I just know marketing. I don't know the depth of other industries and sectors. And we really need ecosystem partners that can really look at this in more detail and really understand how we can actually move the needle forward when it comes to certain sectors and how to take women's businesses to the next level. From a heart space, I'm very passionate about this country. From a heart space, I do honestly believe that if you make women the presidents of the country, we can see a greater change. But but without having to pit various genders against each other. It's time as a country that we really consider how are we moving forward, right? We say there's a minimum 40% set aside procurement of public and private sector. When you look at sectors such as energy, it's less than 1% of their procurement is going to women. Less than 1%. The question is, how do we ensure that we get to those funds, but in a meaningful and sustainable way? So I'm not going to go long because I can see you've got the mic up, but I hope you got the gist of what we wanted to say. And I profusely apologize for not being here this morning, but I'm hoping that in the very foreseeable future, we are able to speak about women industrializing Africa and our partnership with Lulaway and Take a Lot that we are trying to expand at scale, but essentially is ensuring that when there's a product, there's a pathway that leads those products to a consumer, there's a partner that ensures those products are seen, there's a delivery method that is launched from that perspective. And just to close it, from my particular stance is, what will it take for us to be able to really drive economic growth in this country? And for me, I really believe it takes intentionality. It takes us looking beyond just what has been tried and tested and we know is not working. It takes us looking at maybe 10 women that we can turn into real case studies of how to grow the economy. And I just want to close this. I know I'm all over the place. I'm so sorry. I know Palisa's looking at me and thinking, girl, this is not the usual. But I just want to say that in closing, to summarize what I want to say in a very short summary, we can't as a country continually develop without the participation of women. We can't develop without women at the table. We can't develop with young voices at the table because we'll find ourselves retrospectively wondering why we were not there. And in the words of Thomas Sankara, who says that conceiving a developmental project without the participation of women is like using 4 fingers when you have 10. So we need to move past a country where it's only run by the 40% when the other 60% is left out. We need the 60% to speak up. We need the 60% to stop going to events and taking pictures and not pushing and asking and prodding and ensuring that we hold ecosystem partners, government, private sector accountable. We need the women to speak to their ESG service providers that are giving them meaningless work that say they're advancing the business to actually push back and report. Because many of us have done it before. You go onto 2 programs and 3 programs, and then you realize that it's a waste of time, it's a waste of energy. Thank you.
Wow. Question around employment and opportunity creation. All right. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. And I get it, by the way, and this space has been so beautiful throughout this day, and it feels like they're holding space for you. So you're safe here. I think everyone here really cares about this country and really wants to see a different reality. So it's understandable. It's overwhelming, and that's the bittersweet, perception I have of the name Lulaway. I'm Xhosa, and Lula means easy, and I just that faith that in the face of difficulty we can create some ease. That's really quite something. I'm quite inspired by that. Let's go on to the second panel. Now we're looking at future skills and pathways. I'm going to invite our panelists and our moderator. The time is exactly 1 minute past 1 o'clock. We have an hour, please, my beloved. Can we please have the conversation and our Q&A within that hour so we can wrap up in good time for everyone to continue with their day. Speaking future skills and pathways, I'd like to invite our moderator, Buhle Mdongana, National Head of Facilities Management and Capital Projects at Transnet. Your CVs are heavy, guys. You guys are educated, accomplished people, and we're so proud of you. So just for the interest of time, Buhle has done incredible things. You are in good hands in this conversation. He's driving in the right direction. And he will be moderating a panel that includes Tselediso Mohlomi, a policy expert at the Institute for the Future of Work at TT, Kataza Khoza, Senior Manager of Governance, Risk and Compliance at the Fiber Processing and Manufacturing CETA, Litabo Tlhapane, Head of Project Management Office at the Youth Employment Service, yes, for youth, and Reshni Singh, Chief Executive Officer for Business Process Enabling South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause.
Thank you, Madam Director. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our partners, our colleagues, and all protocols observed. At least this time around, I didn't say extinguished guest, distinguished guest. I got that one right. I think the introductions basically have been done. It is an honor for myself to be sitting here today, engaging on this very important topic, which will be looking at the future skills. We'll not only be looking at the skills that we need, but I think the biggest question that we want to answer to or want to explore is how do we then connect the dots that are missing? How do we align in terms of the industry in relation to the future skills that we require? And therefore, colleagues, allow me just to briefly introduce my panelists that are sitting here. I see there's one that is still sorting out his mic. But whilst we're just waiting for one of our panelists to join us, today's conversation, colleagues, is just about closing the gaps between the skills that we require. We're looking at the industry needs. We're looking at the real employment pathways. How do we create these pathways to employment? And we're going to have an honest discussion. We're going to look at real solutions that can be employed, but also we want to look at the realistic challenges that we are facing in terms of creating these pathways. So with me, joining me on stage, we've got our experts coming from the future of work and policies from TUT. We've got CETA from FPM and CETA. We've got implementation from the YES program, and we've got the industry experts in terms of business process enablement. Yeah? So maybe just to start with, just a brief introduction of yourself and what you do, just under 2 minutes. Yeah? I know that you've got the full LinkedIn profiles, and I went through your profiles. You do so many great things, but just a brief introduction, just for the members, just to understand what you guys do from your organizations. I'll start with you.
A very good afternoon to the panelists and all the ladies and gentlemen that are in attendance. My name is Mkhosana. I am, are you able to hear me? Am I audible? Is this better? Okay.
Mine is off as well.
Sometimes works when it's
See now the future skills we need.
Is it better?
Okay. IT.
Better. Okay. Am I more audible now? Thank you very, very much. Very good afternoon to you once more. My name is Kataza Kosa. I am the Senior Manager for Governance, Risk and Compliance at the Fiber Processing and Manufacturing CETA. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Reshni Singh, and I am the proud leader of the Global Business Services sector in South Africa, one of the sectors that are actually creating the most number of jobs currently. So I'm very proud. And Mandisa, just to put your mind at ease, we are a sector that employs about 68% women. We're striving for 70%, as well as prioritizing youth. So we the sector that actually creates intentional, deliberate employment, permanent employment opportunities, should I say, for young people in South Africa, with an ambition to create 500,000 jobs by 2030. We're currently at 180,000, so I feel quite optimistic we will get to 500,000. So yes, I'm really, really delighted to be in this conversation today. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Testing. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Thabo Tlhapane. I am the head of project management office at Youth Employment Service. Youth Employment Service is a facilitator of a 12-month working opportunity for unemployed youth in South Africa. I think we're probably one of the biggest 12-month working opportunity creators and facilitators for youth in the country. We are a corporate sector-led organization of around 1,900 corporate companies that we engage to try and create these working opportunities for unemployed youth. Look forward to the engagement.
Good day. My name is Tsidiso Mohlomi. I have to say it very slow because it has been butchered today and yesterday. I am the Senior Director for the Tshwane University of Technology's Institute for the Future of Work, which is an initiative by the university aimed at dealing with the issue of graduate unemployment or employability, deal with the issue of building the bridge between the industry and academia to make sure that we don't work in the silos, so that we resolve the issue of graduate and youth unemployment.
Wow. So I think colleagues will agree with me that we have talent in South Africa. And perhaps the question is, are we aligned, in terms of the talent that we have? And probably going back to you, Tsilidiso, we yet to have a conversation about future skills. When you talk about these future skills, what is it that we're looking at? Are we looking at human capabilities? Are we looking at adaptability? Are we looking at industry capacity? Can we just unpack this future skills? Sounds like a trendy terminology that we find now and again on TikTok. People are talking about future skills. What is it that we're talking about? Perhaps maybe in South African context.
Yeah. Yesterday, I had the privilege of speaking to about 3,000 young people in the Val at one event. And the topic was basically looking at careers that moves and skills that travel. And one of the questions was to then unpack the whole issue around the future of work and the future skills. And now, in answering that question, I then tried to differentiate between a career and skills, which is basically one of the key problems that we have in South Africa. When I was doing Sub-A, or even before I was doing Sub-A, the first question that would then come is, what do you want to be?
Yes.
then the answer would always be definite. I want to be a doctor, I want to be a teacher, or I want to be a policeman.
Sure.
And the era we are living in is no longer the era of careers, which basically mean that from the perspective of education, where we thought that getting the degree is going to open many doors. Getting the degree would open a door at career. But now from the perspective of skills for the future, we are then talking about the capability, which is then able to open many doors.
Wow, interesting. Kushal, from your side, you involved in the business process enablement. How do you interpret this in terms of future skills?
Yeah, so obviously global business services, maybe let me just define that, because a lot of people misinterpret it to mean call contact centers. And no, it's not our sector that calls you and tries to sell you anything. Absolutely not. It's actually any IT-enabled service that can be outsourced and offshored. And this is quite a varied range. It could be legal, it could be finance, accounting, HR, ITO. It's extremely varied. Yes, South Africa initially entered the sector with a lot of what we call BPO, which is business process outsourcing, and that's voice capability. And there's a lot of anxiety among people at the moment with regards to AI and what that is going to do with regards to jobs in our sector. And I do not feel that anxiety, because I'm actually quite excited, because I feel that for our sector, it just elevates our young people and gives them additional skills. So it's AI plus human capability, and it's not all. So yes, AI takes care of the mundane, basic stuff where somebody phones to get like basic information. And we don't want our young people, and talking about decent jobs, talking about sustainability and all of those things, we want our young people to be skilled for life. And I think somebody in the previous panel had mentioned that you're not just training somebody for a job, but you're giving them skills that they would keep with them for life. And the ability to actually use AI to augment human capability and vice versa. So for me, the whole conversation around future skills is actually about future proofing ourselves. And I just want to quickly share in 1 minute. We actually had a roadshow speaking specifically around AI and its impact on the global business services sector over the past few weeks. And it was quite interesting because the person who actually did the presentation gave us all an example of, for the people in the room that are probably around my age and older would know that when we were in school, we were offered typing as a course. And when you finish school, that was a career. You could actually go and study to become a typist, and it was like a 2-year program, and you know how many minutes, words per minute, etc. But today, every single one of us in this room are typists, because we are typing on our phone, we're typing on our laptops, computers, whatever it is. That's how we all function, and that's how we work. So when we're talking about future proofing and future skills, whatever we're talking about today is going to be the norm. It's going to be part of our daily lives, and it's going to be entrenched in everything that we do in terms of the way forward. So that's just a good way of articulating, what we're planning for.
Okay. Kata, let me come to you. She speaks about the anxiety. Does exist, no? And probably maybe from your sector, just what are we preparing people for the uncertainty? Because obviously anxiety comes from the uncertainty. We don't know what's coming in the future. We don't know what skills are going to be there. Or are we creating or preparing, our candidates, for securing jobs, or are we looking at the uncertainty? How are we bridging that gap?
So you'd imagine that with the traction that Future Skills has received over the last decade or so, that there would now be an alignment between Future Skills and the employment market, Future Skills and the education system. But what we're finding is that there's a bit of a gap in terms of alignment between the two. And what needs to happen is that there needs to be collaboration between the education system and the overall skills development ecosystem and employers to then bridge that gap. And I find that that alignment hasn't quite been struck in the way that it should have been by now, given how prevalent the topic of future skills is, given how much we've come to understand what future skills and how important it is in our society. So there is still an alignment gap that needs to be addressed, definitely.
Let me come to you, Lulaway. She's now talking about, the misalignment, there is a gap that exists, but do you get involved between, the trainees or the candidates that are successful and, trying to find them some sort of placement in the market? Based on the engagements that we have, what are some of the surprises, in terms of feedback that you get from the employers when these candidates that have been trained enter into the real work environment?
So it's actually quite interesting. So some of the surprises that we tend to find that employers get is that they don't get youth or individuals that are work ready or work ready fit, or that have qualified or have the necessary education to be able to fill those working spots. And I think it's from our view or my view as well. I mean, we're one and the same. It'll take a lot. But I was thinking, we've got a view that firstly South Africa needs to look at ourselves from a global competitiveness perspective. Companies are always trying to position themselves against wherever the global competition is going, right? And then after that, you need to look at the corporates themselves and the directions that they're taking. I mean, take a lot. Was talking about how they need to compete as well with the likes of Shane, and therefore the people that are coming into these working environments have to have been educated to be ready for those specific roles.
Sure.
So what tends to exist a lot of times is that there's a massive misalignment between the corporates who are who are on the demand side and creating opportunities, the universities and the schools in terms of the curriculum that they provide, and the youth themselves in terms of what are they actually going to do once they start working. So there needs to be a closer alignment between all those three or four different partners or ecosystems. They need to come a bit closer to each other to provide the necessary working experience.
Sure. Maybe then my next question linked to that, and I want to come to you, Lulaway, from the research that you probably conduct in your institution. Where do you find this mismatch? We're talking about now misalignment. So clearly there's a mismatch in between. Where is the gap between the training or the disconnect between your training institutions, between your formal education, and also the employers? Where would you pinpoint and say, probably this is where the gap is, and this is where we should focus on?
Let me start with the institutions of higher learning. Over the years, I think that we were priding ourselves as the chambers of knowledge, or where knowledge is basically created. And then from the perspective of imparting skills. And initially, institutions of higher learning were established to become the pipeline for industry to feed into the industrial revolution.
Sure.
But as the years went by, then there was a gap that had opened between institutions of higher learning and the industry, which is basically chasing profit. And therefore, the curriculum which was designed and which is actually being reviewed in most of the time. So the curriculum that was designed, and it's actually being reviewed, and in most of the cases, it is being reviewed in a vacuum. And now the involvement of the industry in the development and redesigning of curriculum is very little. In most of the institutions of higher learning, you will find that faculties are supposed to have industry advisory body
And industries either send a low-level employee who doesn't understand what is needed, or they don't participate at all. That is one. Then the other element around resolving the current problem that we have is the issue around exposure. And the good thing, like today, I'm having this room full of these people that are supposed to give to open the doors, is that in most of the things that we are offering at the TUT, our students are supposed to do work integrated learning. And initially, the students were burdened with, now you are done, go find a place and you will come back. And the doors were not open. Then the university, with the new regulation from DHET, we are then supposed to speak to the industry to open the doors for work integrated learning. But still, that is the problem. Sure. And therefore, the industry at times, I would say that when you find young people that are not ready for work, we should not necessarily only blame institutions of higher learning, but we should also blame ourselves for not playing a role in making sure that the graduates are future ready, and for making sure that the graduates are what we need as the industry. Sure. Now, from the government perspective, one of the key problems is that in developing plans, regulations, and many other things, that there is not really much consultation that is done. At times, when you read through the skills plans and other stuff, you realize, you then ask yourself, but there needed to have been more consultation. Yeah. And the reason is that, look, guys, the system is so slow. It's slower than a pregnant elephant. And we therefore need to make sure that we develop a system that is functional and a system that basically would then close the gap that we are talking about.
Yeah. Interesting. And I want to come out of this topic. You know, we've been focusing more onto the problems, but I think before we depart from this point,
yeah, please don't depart.
there seems to be a lot of investment, you know, when it comes to development in terms of skills. There's initiatives from the higher education, and I believe probably even from the service in cities. There's quite a lot of investment in terms of developing the talent. Yeah. But the challenge that we are faced with, maybe let me start with you, Richard, is that there is continuously a lag when it comes to the employment outcome. We don't see the effort that goes into the developments coming out of the employment. And I'm interested probably after you, Rishan, maybe what you need to think about also, Litaba, from your end, maybe just to share with the team, how much, maybe from a percentage point of view, how much of these candidates enter this program from a training perspective that actually get the actual placement? Yeah. But let me start with you, Rishan.
Thanks, because I'm bursting to say something.
I can see that.
Thanks. I as much as I agree, I just have a slightly differing view about getting our young people ready for the workplace. And it doesn't start at your FET phase. It actually should be starting at basic education. And I also want to just disclose that I am an ex-government official. I spent 21 years at the DTIC. So please, when I do make these comments, it's coming from a place of execution knowledge, trying to bring policy and execution together. And obviously, I led the sector while I was at the DTIC as well. And I think the biggest frustration for me is this fragmented approach that we have. So yes, I agree with the previous panel. Regulatory environment is really sound. There's great strategies. There's great policies. But when it comes to alignment between the different government departments that are responsible, and we spoke about responsibility and accountability previously, there is a lack of coordination.
Sure.
There's a lack of,
while we are saying, from a TIVET perspective that, listen, it's industry that's, not sending the right people into the room, I don't even think that's the issue. I think that we should be looking from a GET phase, how are we getting young people ready for when they leave school, and how do they transition into the next phase or the next chapter of their lives, and whether that is in terms of, further education, higher education, whatever it is. But that foundation at the moment, the competition that we are facing to attract jobs into South Africa is huge. Our competitiveness is being hugely challenged because of the fact that our young people, our school leavers, are not nearly as close to the school leavers when you look at countries like Ethiopia, Rwanda, etc., which I did a lot of work, coincidentally, even Kenya. The people that are entering the global business services sector in those countries actually don't just have matric. They have matric plus a diploma or plus a degree or plus something else, right? And through that phase of training or exposure that they are getting a lot of digital skills, right? And capabilities that sets them up for the workplace. So first and foremost, I want to say that it should be starting at a level of basic education, and basic education needs to be in that room. When you're speaking higher education, basic education needs to be there, because they need to understand what does higher education need.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing. The second point that I want to make is that there's a lot of things that happens in, and I'm going to call government Pretoria, because that's where they sit in and that's where all the decisions are made, and people sit in their desks, in their offices, and they make decisions without actually consulting industry, without actually asking industry what it is that you need, what is it that you want, right? And that for me is a huge challenge, because there is a disconnect. And the third culprit in the room, and I'm so sorry, is the funders. Right? And this is the government funders. Every single employee in South Africa pays a skills levy. That money, and I'm coming from an informed place, people. I mean, when I'm talking about my sector, that money should be equitably distributed across sectors, across the country, across provinces, across various different angles. But we actually have reckless decision makers sitting and allocating that funding for this skills development. So you have certain provinces, and I'm not going to pick on names, that have almost R1 billion in skills funding to support a specific sector. You have sectors that have zero funding for skills development, right? And it's creating this massive disconnect and disequilibrium in the system, because people are not thinking about this responsibly, not thinking about what needs to happen in a collaborative way, where you bring all the different role players, all the different parties together, and we decide, listen, what are our priority sectors? Where are the skills required? What are the skills that are required? And how do we fairly support, whether it's from a financial resource perspective, whether it's support with the TVET colleges, the universities, whatever the case is, but there has to be a very considered approach, and not one where people are just sitting and passing on things. I mean, I'm hugely upset when I hear that one province gets R1 billion for one sector in skilling, when the rest of the country is bleeding with no skilling support. So those are the things which I think is important. Thanks.
I'm going to come to you.
Thank you.
That was quite impactful. I'm going to come to you just now. Maybe just give us a picture. I mean, we're talking about the developments, in terms of these programs, the YES, which is, youth employment services that you're actually responsible for. We have a challenge that we don't see as much placement, but there's quite a heavy investment when it comes to skills development. Yeah. What are some of the gaps, or what are some of the challenges in your space?
Sure. Okay. First and foremost, it's probably, so we're not a government institution.
Sure.
So we don't We don't get anybody from government. We're obviously fortunate enough that we're implementing part of the BTICB legislation on behalf of BTIC.
Sure.
We are. But I think the thing that we're seeing, I mean, you asked about the stats, and I'll get to what we're seeing as well. So through the work that we do, we engage mostly with corporate companies. We're a corporate-facing organization, and try and structure our programs in such a way that youth at the end become more involved at the end of the program than before. I think that is a key difference between yes, that is our main mandate, to make sure that the youth are employable at the end rather than before. So we don't look at the input, we rather focus on the output. And to answer your question again, and specifically, what we are looking at and how we structure our program, we mostly engage with corporate companies, same as universities, to understand what does it look, what skills or what is in demand within your own organization, and how can we create a pipeline in such a way that when people finish their 12-month opportunity during a typical year's program, they're able to exit into full-time employment opportunities, either inside the organization or externally.
Yeah.
And that is how we essentially structure our program. So we've got a lot of examples where we've created opportunities for individuals inside of South Africa, for South African companies and international companies as well, where they'll do the 12-month working opportunity 3 years, funded by other corporates and other organizations, to ensure that when they're done, they are able to be easily recruited into long-term employment opportunities. And I think that is how the whole entire thing should be structured. And my last point on this is that we need to also understand that employment is a function of increased productivity in a particular organization. There isn't any individual that's just going to hire people for the sake of creating employment opportunities. That is not sustainable. And even programs as well should be structured in such a way that funding as well, whether skills funding, whether it's universities, even curriculums, are structured in such a way that they will be able to feed into corporate organizations that are still the biggest employers of individuals, and it's a more sustainable system.
Sure. Yeah. I'm coming to you. Now, it's a safe space. She speaks about one province getting 1 billion rand. You've got some of the cities not getting any form of funding. Is it really a challenge from a city perspective? Do you have a challenge in terms of this funding? And perhaps maybe touch on a little bit on how these programs are designed, because I think what you're trying to bridge is the gap. We've got many of these programs, the candidates are trained, but the placement becomes a challenge, There's not enough consultation. Are we consulting with the industries when we're designing these programs? Do we have issues in terms of funding, even probably to capacitate the teams that must then design these programs? Yeah. It's a safe space.
Okay, I'd like to hope so. Yes, absolutely. I mean, there are challenges there. And I think just to take a step back, so we have 21 seaters within this country, and we serve one of them. So we serve the final processing and manufacturing seater. So that's the seater that looks at your textiles, your clothing, your forestry, and the like, the smallest of the seaters. So when you said 1 billion, I thought to myself, wow, I want to join that seater. So these seaters would then have different skills levy bases, if you would. Some would have more than others. When you look at a seater like ours, that's one of the smallest. We've got the smallest pool of funds. But I think what is consistent amongst these 21 seaters is that there isn't a funding gap. But what you find is that there is a gap in terms of alignment, and there's also a gap in terms of design. So what you have is that the funding model would then reward compliance. So it rewards the inputs that these institutions would then put out. So training for certification, for example. Whereas what it really needs to do is actually reward the outputs. And the outputs in this case would be employment, but not only employment, but it needs to also incentivize retention. And that's where the seaters then need to come in, because if you are then opening your purse, you should then be able to then dictate some of the terms and say, hold on, for me to give you this rand,
how many of my students are you going to employ? How many of my students are you going to retain? And how are we going to have this recorded and reported back to us? And in some of the dialogue that we've had with our stakeholders, so we have on an annual basis our discretionary grant workshops where our stakeholders would come and we would then outline the process of receiving this funding. We said to them, okay, going forward, in order for us to then disperse this funding, we want to see how you will employ at least 60% of the people that you train. And they came back to us and they said, okay, we hear you, but when you look at a sector like ours, what's more prevalent is entrepreneurship. How about we demonstrate how we are able to get these young people into business, to give them the skills that will help them to be employers of the future. So I think what we really need to reimagine is how the system is designed and how the funding model is designed and how we bring our stakeholders into account in very real terms and not just on paper, but then the governance models they need to be quite effective in that respect.
Roshni, I want us now to move from the culprits. We know the culprits, but I want us now to look at the opportunities. There must be something positive that is going on right there. And I just want to check with you, which of the sectors, do you think be able to provide sustainable employment, probably looking at a scale between 5 to 10 years? Where are these opportunities that we are probably not tapping on? And I'll probably give the rest of the members an opportunity just to give us some insights about the opportunities that people that are sitting here in the room, they might not be aware of.
Thank you. I just want to, before I answer that question, just clarify, because lots of big wide eyes opened up when I said $1 billion. That billion was made up of Jobs Fund, NSF. So it was not just the CETA. So it was Jobs Fund, it was NSF, it was Labor Activation Program, it was various different government funds. But that was my point, that if there's a coordinated approach, that would not happen. But yes, the positive side, so maybe to just also wrap up that conversation around the CETAs is that as a sector, as leading an industry and as an industry association, it is very important, and this is where the opportunity lies, that there is constant consultation with industry about how they are evolving and what is required from a skills perspective, which is something that we are not very agile with, right? So I think that we could do a lot more in kind of defining, because the thing that like doesn't sit well with me is the CETAs is saying, listen, you can do a 4 to 6 week training program for the GBS sector. So looking at the services CETA, and that's okay. And as an industry association who has investor conversations, who's responding to end user client requirements in terms of skilling, that is not adequate. That's not setting up a young person for success. And I think our responsibility and accountability is that we need to ensure that firstly, whatever we do is outcomes based, meaning that there is a job at the end of the day. So you can't just allocate funding without making sure that the demand and supply is being met, so that young person transitions into a job, and not even 60%. If it was me, I'd say 90%, because it is possible and it happens. In the GBS sector, we're probably about 80 to 90% in terms of absorption, right? Which is very important. So the opportunity is in that we design programs that are demand-led. So what does your end user client require, and what should that training program work? And ask the industry, let the industry experts respond to that. So for my sector, I can safely sit here and tell you, as we have evolved and as we're going to a very fast-paced kind of change at the moment with all of the innovation, technology and everything, we need a minimum of a 14-week program for a young person to be successful in this sector. And just to give you an example, I mean, we provide customer experience support to the likes of an Uber, to the likes of an Amazon, right? And these are global client support. So we support clients sitting in the UK, in the US, and various others. So there's a number of, I mean, that training program has to be so varied, where it touches on your soft skills, on your digital skills, on your technical skills. So there's a wide range, right? And then you get into the work integrated learning space where then they are getting on the job training. And then the most important thing about what is the end result of that? It's not just a job, it's a career path, right? It's a career path. I mean, we've got literally hundreds, if not maybe thousands of success stories of young people who started off as an agent in a contact center. Today, they are leading these operations in South Africa, the global heads, etc. But it's making sure that they are life skills and that they are well aligned with funder requirements. And a last thing is that funders should not dictate what that should look like. It should be industry. It should be the end user client that dictates what that skill needs to look like.
We know the funders are the culprits. Let's say this. Let me come to you. On the same advice, where are the opportunities that we are not tapping on? People that are sitting in the room that when they leave this room, it's like, I haven't thought about this sector. I haven't thought about the sector. Perhaps there are opportunities that may as well,
Yeah. I believe that this room, basically, when I look at everyone, I see opportunities. When I look at Transnet, I see opportunity for my students. And now, you mentioned that we need to be solution-based. And I do believe that if we are going to resolve the issue around youth and graduate unemployment, we need to be intentional. And we also need to identify what kind of, what do you call it, a person we want to build. And therefore work towards that. And then that can only happen within the framework of our collaboration, and then whereby we are involved in each other's space. And then in TUT, we use as one of our pillar, we talk about a future-ready graduate. And when you talk about a future-ready graduate, we are saying this is a graduate upon graduation. If Transnet was to look for an engineer and they apply there, they should be competitive and competent. And the second characteristic that we define a future-ready graduate is that we also then, from the academia perspective, and I think that is where our curriculum also need to be tweaked, is that we need to create graduates who are hustler graduates, who are entrepreneurial in their mindset. The reality is that the economy of South Africa is not strong enough to actually change the tide. And therefore, from the perspective of when we are training, when we are equipping young people for anything, we need to make sure that we inculcate those two areas. And the previous panel mentioned a few key areas that are very important. We have neglected manufacturing in this country. It has a high absorption. Despite the fact that there is automation within the space, I do believe that there are opportunities that can actually be gleaned from that. And now the issue around infrastructure, if we were to look at how the economies of the world have grown, investment in infrastructure development has been what picked the economies that actually were never and didn't even have a chance. And therefore, the investment in infrastructure, which the president every state of the province mentioned, would actually assist in absorbing most of the graduates that we have. Then the issues around the green economy, which I know that the unionists might still be fighting it, but it presents an opportunity to build a new cohort of experts. And need to be looking at that. And then the other aspect would then be on your tech entrepreneurs. South Africa is one of the countries that have one of the most creative people in the whole world. We have creative minds. And unfortunately, we have not unlocked those minds when it comes to tech entrepreneurship. And we do have some of the innovations in South Africa that are basically globally making rounds. And this is where the issues around, what do you call it, the funders come. Our risk appetite for creativity in the country is very low.
Yeah.
From the government perspective and the private sector perspective. But if we can increase that appetite, we will change the situation.
No, most definitely, most definitely. Wow. I want us to quickly transition a bit, and I think we can't leave this room without talking about AI. You know, we can't leave this room talking about technology, future readiness. né? There's a lot of anxiety, I think, amongst many people. I recently learned that for those that use ChatGPT, that ChatGPT 5 was actually created by ChatGPT 4 with no human intervention, which then suggests that, you know, AI is creating another AI. And this is the world that we live in. And so that also, that leaves a lot of anxiety amongst many people. Our jobs safe, you know. I see some of the countries are actually now contracting AI. They're actually registering AI as a persona. You can actually contract AI to do your financial statements. They're registering, you know, AI as a legal entity. So you can have an entity which is AI. I don't know if I'll be able to sue them if they mess up my data, but these are some of the things that we can't avoid. Little has spoken about your CETA, which is the manufacturing, probably something that we need to be looking at. And probably the concern that we have, I've been developed to do my needly work. Is this technology from Roshan going to replace me? Or it's a real question. Or is it going to redefine my job? How do I prepare for that? You know, what are you doing from a CETA perspective? You know, in terms of the trainings that we provide to give that assurance that people, when come to the classroom, they're learning how to put together a skirt or a dress and all those nice things that they do, that tomorrow they are not going to be replaced. Yeah.
So technology is definitely going to redefine the job market. In fact, technology has already redefined the job market. I'll reflect to when I started my career. I started my career in internal auditing. And when I started my career, internal auditing was quite streamlined. We didn't really have systems. We had a few systems here and there. But in today's day and age, the average internal auditor would need to be a computer auditor in order to be effective in any organization. Now we bring that back into the employment market. What this means is that technology will redefine the job market, and it will also change tasks. So what will happen is that we'll then need to reimagine certain roles in the organization. So the roles will not necessarily fall away, but we'll need to reimagine those roles. And what will happen is that new roles will also emerge. So what we've seen in our space, in the CETA space, in the manufacturing CETA space in particular, is that there have been a number of skills that we have developed in collaboration with industry. So what we have is your scoping and profiling sessions, which one of my panelists has spoken to quite briefly. And so you have new skills that have come about, or new qualifications that have come about, such as your robotics and the like. We have an amazing skills center in Richard Ndaleni. It's incredible, where we then have reimagined robotics, and you see that in practice. So it really has challenged the skills development ecosystem to not only engage with industry, but also to embrace technology in the education space, and reimagine roles, and then develop qualifications with that in mind.
Sure. Wow. Colleagues, I think we're almost running out of time. And I think there's a lot to unpack, you know, when it comes to this future of skills. But I want to give an opportunity to the audience. You know? I saw a lot of, you know, colleagues clapping hands. I I see a lot of hands wanting to come up. So there's quite a number of questions, please brace yourself. But we're gonna try and be probably, because we're running out of time, try and be straight and be brief in terms of the answers. I understand that there's an engagement session, which is after this, where we can engage deeply in terms of the questions of your interest. But allow me to take a few hands in the room. I see there's a hand. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay.
That's interesting.
Okay. There's, 5. So the question must be brief, not many questions in one question. Can we try and do one question? I'll start from the gentleman in the front, and I'll go with the gentleman with the white T-shirt at the back, and then I'll come to the second last row. I think there's 2 hands there. Starting with you, sir. Your name, where you...
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cohen Shabalala, and I am the Managing Director of Cohen House of Construction. So my question for the FP&M CETA is that, all right, just to make you understand, so I'm also in the industry of education as well, skills programs, learnerships. So just to ask you this question, being one of the smallest or smaller CETAs in South Africa, does FP&M CETA see its size as a limitation or a strategic advantage? And how is that shaping its approach to skills development in South Africa?
Right, we've got that. And I want to take the second question to the gentleman with the white T-shirt at the back.
Yeah, mine is not a question. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mpo, and thank you, Lula, for inviting us. I just wanted to answer one of the questions that were asked earlier as to whether do we have capacity to compete with Uber and all the other platforms that are available. The answer is yes. We have a FAST platform that will be launched soon, which is focusing on locals and also for merchant and drivers that will be representing our society in different areas. So I just wanted to bring that to our attention, and our invitation is those that have got capacity to support the initiative to form part of it. Thank you so much.
Oh, wow, thank you. Okay, can I take the lady's hand? And then, yeah, I've noted you and I've noted you. Let me take the lady with the glasses.
I am the lady with the
Both, yes. Okay. So you can come through now. Say.
Thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Adela Ndovu. I work as a youth learning and pathway manager. And I think I've been waiting for this day for so long because I've been waiting for this conversation for so long. I have observed where I have worked, right, where we recruit youth on this SA Youth platform where 3 million young people are found. They come in either with matric or with just a diploma or a higher certificate. They come into our organization and they are placed for NYS purposes, so National Youth Services programs in different schools. I work with schools. And so the funding then comes from the YES initiative. So some of the cohorts are funded by YES, but some are funded through CETA qualifications and trainings and all of that and learnerships. But what I'm finding quite interesting is that over time, the young person believes this is not a program, but a job. And so they clog the system and will not want to move out because I'm getting money, I'm getting minimum wage, 5.5, which then leads them to be in debt so much because 5.5 is barely, you can't really do much with it. And so when I try to then advise them, no, you can study further, there's no money to study. Nobody's gonna, sort of support that pathway. And so I'm just here sitting with a cohort of 1,000 people that have so much potential, but because of the way the economy is, and the stats around youth unemployment, you cannot motivate a young person to leave a job and pursue self-development for potential better opportunities. And then I just want to touch on this. When I expose them, or rather invite institutions like PESA to talk about the global opportunities that are available through GPS. It's like, you want me to go to call center And so there's no understanding of to what extent GPS is a growing sector. So I just want to hear inputs and thoughts around this predicament. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We've got that. We've got two more questions left now. It's the lady, the other lady with the glasses, and then it's going to be you, sir, with the black coat. Ne? Thank you. In that order.
All right, thank you. I'm the other lady with the glasses. My name is Letabo from Lulaway, and my division is basically tasked with what we call economic transitioning and reskilling of retrenched workers, and amongst them would be young people, of course. The question I'm going to ask, I think, is also quite relevant just to training in general, not just the specific work that I would be doing with Lulaway. So we often hear, I think my question is directed at Mr. Tsidiso Mahlomi. We often hear that from employers that graduates are not ready for work. But at the same time, what we are not seeing is the industry, whatever industry it might be, being actively involved or collaborating in really shaping what is taught in our institutions of higher education and training. I'll give you a recent example where I've had to lecture third-year students at Rhodes University using a case-based approach. It was a course in mining. And for the first time, they kind of understood the skill that they were basically being trained for beyond just the academics and the theory. So my question is, what does genuine collaboration look like between employers, industry, if you will, and higher institutions? We've been speaking about misalignment and gaps and. So how do we genuinely foster a collaborative relationship between industry and higher institutions of higher learning and training to make sure that we are meeting each other where we need to be? Thank you.
Got that PhD level.
You're waiting for that.
No, thank you very much. I will say chairperson of the session. My name is Lebo Moechi. I'm from Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs. Our work is simple as mandated by the Section 154 Constitution. We monitor and support local government, which is our municipalities. Mine will be just to check with colleagues. In particular, there was a report by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation that we're having approximately 280 youth employment creation programs in the country. And it seems like we're not winning the battle in terms of without, although we have those programs, we are not winning the battle. Is it because of misalignment, as latter speakers said, or what are actually the reasons which actually some of you in that space you understand to be? And the other thing, in particular with our sitters, I must say it's our first interaction with manufacturing sitters because we almost interact with all the sitters. And unfortunately, when we interact with sitters, it will mainly be because somewhere someone was given I would say a program, and then when the students or the learners are not paid, the first place to come is to us as government. So then I will speak with service sitter, public service sitter, and all those sitters. And that raises a question to say, as an entities, how then, because in most, even now, one of the speakers spoke about work integrated learning. To say this, I will say tendency, it negatively impacts the relationship between institutions, because now the municipalities mostly they don't want to actually take learners or students in boarding because of the perceive that these ones in 2 months' time they will not get their stipend, they will not come. Yeah. And when you assign the work to them, because some of them, for example, we had students who are in the financial sector. So we needed to expose, we expose them to the financial space of our department. But that sector is very sensitive. Later on in 2 weeks' time, the person, due to CETA funding issues, then we find ourselves in problems. So that creates that bad relationship. So I'll just want to give to the panel maybe to actually understand, so that even when in other platforms we make recommendations, we're aware that how do we then align with the sector itself. Thank you very much.
All right. I think we'll stop there for now with the questions, and obviously we can engage deeper. I've noted about 4 questions that came through. One, I think it was talking to yourself, and congratulations, you have not interacted with them. It means you are paying. So we've got one that talks to the strategic alignment. We've got another question that came about the youth not wanting to leave because they're getting something. How do we then help that? There was also a question about the transition. How do we then integrate between the business, higher institution, that PhD question. And then I think you'll take us the last question for us.
The GBS one and the youth. That could be both.
Yeah. All right. Ladies first.
Thank you. Okay, so I think the first question was from Mr. Cohen. So he had asked whether the FPNM CETA being a small CETA actually acts as a strategic advantage, and it actually does. And this is how. I think because we're so small, we don't have the luxury that other CETAs have to be irresponsible with the disbursement of funding, which is why we can even impose certain restrictions on our stakeholders to say, we'll fund you, but you need to absorb. We'll fund you, but this is what we expect. And also just in terms of our impact and reach, because we are a smaller CETA, that wherein our industries are really directly linked to rural communities and rural development, our reach is really large. I mean, when you look at the clothing sector, forestry, textiles, we are so impactful in the rural and township economies and communities because we also have a keen interest in the development of those spaces, one, but also when it comes to our funding priorities, we don't have the luxury of being relaxed in terms of funding priorities. Our funding priorities are very clear. We fund projects that are geared towards employment. We fund projects that are geared towards rural communities. So those are funding community priorities, and they are linked to our strategic advantage in terms of just being a small city. And I just would like to just make a comment to my colleague at the DPME. So and amplify what he's saying. What he's saying is quite true. I think the DPME would get a lot of complaints just around stipend payments and the like. And I think the reason why you have never heard from the FPNM in that regard is very strict. In instances where we get any reports of stipends not being paid by our stakeholders, we blacklist the stakeholder immediately. So that is something that is very well known.
Governance.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. We blacklist them almost immediately. So the portfolio that I look after, which is governance, risk, and compliance, is the one that would then receive those complaints, would investigate. In instances where there's non-compliance in that regard, that stakeholder will no longer be associated or work with our CETA. So those are the kind of mechanisms that we put in place that other CETAs should put in place to avoid running into yourselves.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm just going to answer. So maybe to clarify, Harambee is obviously that is owned by that owns SAYouth.mobi, and NYS is a separate entity as well. Just to clarify that. But I think the bigger question here is that there's a lot of misalignment, and I'll even use myself as an example, right? I feel like people tend to want to do a favor when they want to give youth an employment opportunity or skills opportunity. We also don't believe in skills. We don't believe in just providing somebody with skill and say, I've done something and having zero impact at the end, right? Sure. So what I try and do, which is we as well, I try to be very intentional about what I do. I've never worked in any situation where anybody that has come in for the first working opportunity well, I've not intentionally tried to put them in an area where they need to be productive, where they can add value to the organization. And that's basically what YES does.
Sure.
We try to curate, these working opportunities with our partners to place youth in such a position that they'll be able to add value either to the organization or to society as a whole. Because then that means that there'll be reinvestment probably in that program again by a corporate sponsor or another supplier again in the future. So that is quite critical. And one of the key things that YES generally does is that simple thing as having not more than 10 youth place with one supervisor. Because what other programs do, they'll place 200 people under one skills development person. It's impossible to inculcate skills or to provide them with the necessary working opportunity there.
Sure.
And then the last thing that I just want to touch on, because I'm going to be brief, is I think there is also a need to create alternative pathways. And one of the things that we've created, that means after the 12 months, one of the things that we've created is that we've also looked at entrepreneurship opportunities. And again, it's not an entrepreneurship opportunity where you're just giving you money and you can go do whatever you want. You ideally need to have shown industry, you ideally need to have started something.
Sure.
In order that, when the opportunity comes for you to get maybe 200, 300,000 Rand opportunity,
sure.
At least you've been working, you've been running a business, for example, 3 to 4 years. Then what we do as well with that we take those opportunities, we match them with our 1,000, close to 2,000 corporate partners to say, I've got a business here that is run by LulaTalks. LulaTalks does special manufacturing of plastic wraps. So we talk to BMW. BMW opens opportunity for covering cars whenever they have to transport them across the country. That is real and direct intentional and sustainable economic opportunity creation for you. That is what I believe, and that's how it should be done.
Yeah, no, thanks. So I just want to add to your question in terms of his response. I mean, the first thing that I would love to say, because, as BPESA, we are a close partner of Arambi, and, they're the national pathway manager for the SA Youth. So we're sitting with 5 million unemployed people. I mean, I'm not going to say that's the size of the problem, but that's the size of the opportunity on that SA Youth platform for the employers in the room. The sad or stark reality is that a lot of those young people are starting to make learnerships a career, and they are moving from one to the next because they cannot get sustainable employment. But when I was at the DTIC and we were looking at the BBBE scorecard, and we were thinking, listen, how do you force employers, because a lot of these programs were supposed to be linked to an employer, how do you force employers to invest? Because the problem is new funders and new skilling initiatives want people that haven't had a job before, right? So it's unemployed people, and that's why I'm saying they make a career out of it. So employers were supposed to actually invest, and the scorecard it encourages you to do that. You get more points as a company if you invest in creating bursaries and those kind of things for people to be able to upskill themselves. So it's actually quite sad if the private sector is not doing that. And I know in that project or program that you cited, it was those teachers, teacher assistants, and the schools obviously lack budgets to be able to create permanent employment opportunities for those young people. So that's the unfortunate thing. But then to your second question around the GBS sector and the awareness around it. I mean, that's something that we could definitely help you with in terms of coming and having these talks and creating. So career awareness, and the sad thing is, like a lot of the tertiary institutions, people are still very fixated on the traditional careers and what are those opportunities, doctors, lawyers, actuaries and CAs and whatever. So they forget that there are actually other skills and other opportunities for jobs that could create really meaningful and sustainable long-term career opportunities, even for graduates. Because like I said, the GBS sector, we do legal process outsourcing very well out of South Africa. We serve a lot of the UK law firms out of South Africa. So young people can transition into those jobs.
Wow.
And we actually, as a sector, try to encourage them that when they come in, we need to link them with universities, with tertiary institutions, so that when those guys graduate, they go into a work integrated learning program for a 12 to 18-month period with them and then get absorbed thereafter.
Wow. Thank you for that.
Yeah. No,
The question around collaboration.
Yeah. No,
How does this look like?
I think
The PhD one.
I liked it, and then the reason I liked it was because it was now, how am I going to say this without being told I'm selling? So it was asked by somebody from the campaign. I have mentioned that institutions of higher learning, from the perspective of developing the curriculum, we tend to work on the script that have been developed long time ago.
Yes.
Which basically is not necessarily informed by the needs of the industry.
Yes.
And there has been a tradition among the institutions of higher learning of having faculty industry advisory bodies, which basically mean that the advisory body can be represented when the faculty is reviewing the curriculum, which would mean that we are actually doing the right thing. And then from the Institute of Future of Work perspective, the way we have been structured, we are an industry-led initiative. Our advisory body is basically people from the industry. And the main purpose of having the people of the industry there is because we want them to become our sounding board. When I was employed, I said, we don't want I4 to become another academic initiative. It has to be an initiative that is highly influenced by the industry. And then from the perspective of positioning the university to become a thought leader in the discourse around fourth industrial revolution and the future of work, we would then insist on having thought leadership sessions that you would have 70% industry participation, and you would also then have academia represented and government, because it is high time that we talk to one another and not to one another. And I mean, last week we hosted a thought leadership on agriculture or agri-tech and the future of work. And we had most of the role players in that. And at the end of every year, we host, actually in October, we host a dialogue on the future of work. And once again, we insist on a majority industry and a little bit of academia, a little bit of government, and a little bit of civil society. Now, how does that collaboration look like to me? One, it looks like whereby the industry is well represented in the faculty's advisory bodies. It looks like where the industry understand that for our graduates to interact with the technology and everything that they have to interact with post-university, they need to open their factory floors, they need to open their office doors for them. It also look in a sense that when our graduates join us for work integrated learning, learnership, it is our responsibility to make sure that they level up.
Sure. Wow. Wow. So, colleagues, unfortunately, because of time, but please be on the lookout for phase 2. We'll be coming back for season 2. I know this has been quite exciting and engaging. Just in closing, for the longest time, you know, I used to believe that legacy is something that we leave behind. And recently I've learned that legacy actually is something that we create now for the future. And therefore the future of work, we can all agree that it is not coming, it is here. And I think the real question now is whether our systems, our decisions that we're making in our institutions, both in private and both in public, and also our services sector, are they going to be able to keep up with the demand to compete globally? And I think that's the question that I would like to leave you. Please give my panelists a big round of applause. That's been awesome.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful conversation. Thank you so much, Moshe. Thank you very, very much. Please stay on stage for that photo op and stand, please, stand, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as they receive their gifts, that was Butlem Dongana, National Head of Facilities Management and Capital Projects at Transnet, Mr. Theledi Somoshomi, Policy Expert at the Institute for the Future of Work and Senior Director of Tshwane University of Technology. Hello. Kataza Koza, Senior Manager of Governance, Risk and Compliance at the Fiber Processing and Manufacturing CETA, Letabo Tlapane, Head of Project Management Office at Yes for Youth, and Reshni Singh, Chief Executive Officer at Business Process Enabling South Africa. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That future that is now needs to be documented, and we need to participate in how we shape and carve it. So please do remember to look into your goodie bags. Look out for one of these, please. It is both a pledge commitment, but also it allows you to share your details so that Lulaway can stay in touch with you and keep you connected, so that you can also have an opportunity to input in some of those white paper themes that will be compiled. There will be a white paper that comes after this session. And then, so we really are running out of time. Lunch is about to be served. But of course, we are in Gauteng, the city of gold, where most people, we know the migrant story. People come from all parts of the country to come find opportunity. Can I please ask the table over there to hush a bit? Thank you. So we are in the city of gold. We come from all parts of the country and the world to come build lives for ourselves. And this is where the economic activity really happens at a huge scale. So it would be remiss of us then not to have a response or a reply from the Gauteng government on the discussions that have taken place here today. With that said, just a quick 5 minutes, please help me welcome Mr. Elijah Mhlanga. He's a spokesperson for the Gauteng provincial government in the Office of the Premier. Mr. Mhlanga, welcome.
I like the fact that I'm in inconvenience between you and your lunch. So I'm very powerful at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So I've made some notes so that they guide my duration up here. Otherwise, I tend to speak for a very long time. So I'm aware that there's lunch outside. I'm also looking forward to it. So I'm just going to go through a few things, but let me start by thanking the program director. Let me also thank the chairman of Lulaway, Andile Mkhosana, as well as the CEO, Jake Willis, as well as members from the public sector who are here from different government departments and entities, as well as the different business people that are in the room this afternoon. I greet you all, ladies and gentlemen. It's both an honor for me to be invited to this event today because we are talking about an important issue, which is that of the future of our young people and the skills that they need to have. But I think it's also appropriate that you invited me today because I spent about 12, 13 years in the basic education sector. I only left 7 months ago to the Office of the Premier. So I have a full appreciation of the issues that we're discussing here. And I will therefore share some of my insights that I've learned while in the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting here today at the time when the province of Gauteng is busy redefining its growth and trajectory. Our challenge is clear. How do we ensure that our young people are not spectators in the growth story, but they're actually active participants and leaders in it? A week ago, the province of Gauteng hosted an investment conference, which was the second one. The first one we hosted in 2025. And in that investment conference, we were able to receive pledges of 312 billion rand in investment pledges, which were expected to support 114,000 permanent job opportunities in the province. And we hosted the second one a week ago, as already said, where we received pledges to the tune of 206 billion rand. And these are not just numbers. These are opportunities and support from the private sector created to ensure that we begin to grow our economy as a province. And these numbers that I'm saying to you are not just numbers as well. These actually become hope and opportunity and the promise of a more inclusive economy in our province. But let us be honest, investment alone is not enough. Without the right skills and without young people who are included in the discussions around the economy, we are not going to make much progress. It is therefore important that in this discussion, the young people have been at the center of focus. The future world of work is changing rapidly, colleagues, and it is driven by digital transformation, the green energy, advanced manufacturing, as well as innovation. Encouragingly, these are precisely the sectors being prioritized through our investment pipeline in the province of Gauteng. But this alignment only works if our education and training systems evolve just as quickly. This is what the colleagues were saying in the panel just a few minutes ago. That is why, as Gauteng provincial government, we have invested in schools of specialization. And right now in Gauteng, we've got 38 of those schools. I was there in the beginning of the discussions when we said, how do we prepare our young people for them to be ready for the future world of work, because it is changing rapidly. Across the country, they are there, but Gauteng is leading. As we stand right now, there are 38 of those that are working. And the schools focus on the following areas: engineering and manufacturing, ICT and digital skills, finance and entrepreneurship, energy and infrastructure, maritime and aviation. This curriculum was not developed by the education department alone. It was developed with the active participation of industry leaders. I'm saying this because if you go to the Soshanguve School of Automotive Engineering, you will find a BMW vehicle there, which is part of the process of learning. It has been donated there by BMW. Their CEO was there to hand it over. At the time, the premier was Makura. If you go to Soweto at Curtis Nkondo School of Aviation, you will find an aeroplane engine there donated by SAA as part of the learning experience. That would not have been possible if industry was not involved. If you go to Kempton Park, you will find our Roads Field School of Specialization working very closely with SAA and AXA, because that is our school of aviation. It's just next door from the airport. So if industry was not involved, that would not have been the case. If you go to other places, by the way, you'll find the other companies, Ford and others, they are also participating in making sure that we fix the curriculum and that it talks directly to the needs of our learners. So with these schools, we are really revolutionizing the curriculum. You can go to our other schools in the township, you can go to Katlehong as well. You will find that young people are busy doing service to vehicles, proper professional service rendered by our young people in those schools. I invite you to go to any of these schools at any time. You don't even need to tell us, but go in there and witness what is taking place there. You will then have a full appreciation of some of the attempts that we are making to try change the curriculum to ensure that it talks to the needs of our economy. And as a result of that, these are not just schools, but they are pipelines into industry. So it is important, therefore, that we appreciate the role that is played by the private sector in terms of then receiving those learners once they've come out of these schools. But it is clear that government alone cannot do it. We therefore need to ensure that business leaders that are in this room, we are not just stakeholders, but you are also active participants and co-creators of the future workforce. We therefore need to ensure that we form stronger partnerships between industry and education institutions, whether at basic education level or at higher institutions. We had here the comments around the participation of some of the private sector organizations that send low-level officials. So it's important that we take this whole issue of growing the economy very seriously to the extent that we send the right people with the right skill and the right qualification to participate at policy making forums just like those ones. Investment in apprenticeship, internship, and mentorship also very important. And I think the colleagues here on stage spend some time on that from different perspectives, sharing what it is that we need to do for us to be able to grow our economy. I also need to add that a month ago in Gauteng, we released our Gauteng growth plan, which talks to what we need to be doing as a province to move forward. That plan is more than just a policy document. It is a roadmap for inclusive growth. It recognizes that economic expansion must go hand in hand with skills development. Industrialization must be matched by human capital development. Growth must translate into jobs and the opportunities and as well as dignity for our young people. The growth plan calls for a shift from a consumption-driven economy to a production-led, skills-driven economy, from exclusion to inclusion as well as participation. In conclusion, a collective responsibility is needed between all of us and everyone else that's in this room. We have the investment, we have the strategy, we have the institutions. All that we need to do is to work together. So let's commit today, colleagues, to ensure that we equip every young person with relevant skills that will make them future ready, to ensure that no investment project proceeds without a clear skills pipeline, and also to make sure that youth development is not just a side program, but a core economic priority. If we get this right, we'll not only grow the economy, we'll transform lives, communities, and generations. Once again, thank you very much for inviting me to this important event. Inko, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mhlanga. Thank you. Thank you so much. We've reached the end, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. You've been incredible. But to close off, we do need to do it in a ceremonious fashion, I suppose, with a closing address. And perhaps also just cast our eyes into the future from here on to where. And I'd like to then invite the CEO, Chief Executive Officer of Lulaway Holdings.
You guys have an hour or two, but I do think that people are hungry and we're coming towards the end. So just all protocols observed. Thank you to all the participants and all of the panelists and all of the guys that took time out of the day to come and join us here. I really think it's an interesting conversation, and I feel that, you know, sort of where we are as a country, the conversation that we're having are starting to become more and more serious, more and more real in terms of what we need to do. Some of them, you know, and there's all points of view. There's the points of view of guys that want to push forward as quickly as possible. There's the guys that are saying, okay, well, when we push forward, let's not fall into the pitfall of doing things in the wrong way and getting people into positions where then there's abuse and then there's all kinds of issues. So I think all of these conversations are things that we are engaged in and day out. And I think providing this platform for this for us has really been an honor, and we're excited to do it. So thank you for everybody for coming. I think maybe just one point around what we try to achieve as Lulaway is really just looking at all of this ecosystem and saying, the one most important thing at the end of the day needs to be impact, because sometimes we get, you know, sort of, I started doing horse riding recently, and one of the things that I've learned from it is you sort of, you know, you get onto the horse and you're starting to ride, and you know, and they teach you all the techniques of how to do it, to push from here and pull from there and do this and do that, but every time you get lost in the technique and you try to sort of focus on the one specific thing here, the one specific thing there, you forget that you need to be primarily focused on where do you want to go. And as soon as you forget where you want to go, all the techniques don't help you to actually be able to achieve what you want to achieve. So I think, to me, that's the most important thing. Let's just focus on impact. That's what we're trying to do. That's what we're all trying to do. And as long as we focus on that, all the rest of the discussions will all fit into the greater purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jake Willis, Chief Executive Officer of Lulaway Holdings. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Lulaway, for creating this space, for creating this vehicle, and for such a beautiful day. Thank you to the entire team, and of course the speakers, and all our wonderful guests. It's just been fantastic. Lunch is going to be served. Thank you for also being a great, great room of individuals. You just made this experience really meaningful for me. Let's continue the conversation outside in the dining area. Network, connect, and don't forget to please submit this at the reception table on your way out. Thank you so much. Enjoy your afternoon.